it'll go. So we're gonna go ahead. I just hit record. We left each other yesterday in the throes of talking about multiple offers, and I do have a few more things to say about multiple offers. I want to refresh that, but I also want to show you guys a form, and not just any form, but the last form that we have to look at. And this is a great form to use when negotiating. The name of the form is Response to Buyer's Offer. So we can almost think of this as like a letter from the seller to the buyer. And we see this used frequently with multiple offers. It's a great way to communicate with all offerors at the same time, especially if we want to get some of the seller's preferred terms out there. So maybe the seller has a preferred closing date or, preferred amount of due diligence they want, something like that. And so we could use this form just to communicate, again, on behalf of our seller to the buyer, directly to the buyer. So it's called Response to Buyer's Offer. You can see we're going to make this out to the buyer regarding this offer to purchase on whatever address it was. And then we're going to look at the three different options of the form, but I want to point out that you and I are instructed to only check one. So we got three different options, and we're only going to use one of these per form. Option number one, thank you for your offer. We cannot accept the offer as written and hereby reject it. However, while this is not a counteroffer, we would favorably consider the following terms. So the first offer is a rejection. It's a flat out no. And then what the seller has the opportunity to do is like they're putting their cards on the table. They're saying, look, these are the terms we want. This is the purchase price, due diligence, earnest money. This is what we want. Or favorably consider the following changes. And then it goes on to say, if the above changes are acceptable to you, please submit another offer with noted changes. And then in all bold or caps, please understand that until an offer has been accepted, we are free to consider and may at any time accept any other offer that meets the terms and conditions satisfactory to us. So it's a polite rejection, but it's like a rejection, like I said, with the terms. I see this used the most to respond to a lowball offer. So maybe we don't think a counter offer is worth it because I'm listed for 325 and the buyer came in at 150. I'm making numbers up, but that's way far apart. How long would we have to negotiate to get that together? So instead of countering and playing that game, the seller can say, look, we're listed at 350. We'll take 342 and we'll take X amount in due diligence and we want to close in this date, yada, yada. This is what we would consider. If this works for you, send me another offer. If not, this has been rejected. So have a nice day. Yes, ma'am. Let's see if I can hear you.
Oh, the screen. Are you showing your screen?
You don't see a screen?
I saw it, then I didn't
I
see
Bryson,
can
do you
see
see
it.
it?
you can
You
see it?
see it. Okay,
Yeah.
why don't you log out and log back in?
Okay, sorry about that.
That's my answer.
Okay,
See if that does anything. But Bryson, you can see the form?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
thank you.
So Kay, log out. See if that doesn't fix. Oh, you
I
need to put your
think
number
it's
in.
first
Thank you.
N because um I never really have issues with your side of the Zoom.
You don't have problems?
No.
That's good.
I don't know what she's logging in on or if her Zoom is outdated, but um
That could be maybe to update.
maybe. I'm not too sure though.
I know, did you have to download the app to access the class or do you
Oh, you can
you
do
have to
it through the web browser, but since I do have it downloaded, I like it asks if I want to open it, and so I just always open it.
gotcha. I know for me, like I don't have the Zoom app because I have an account. So
Mm,
I log right into Zoom and everything we need to do, but I understand from you guys sometimes that the app, and then that should keep you updated too. That should keep you current, right? When the app updates, it should pop up
yeah.
as you're logging on to class, of course, but it should say, app needs an update kind of thing.
And then the website should always be updated too. So
Yeah. And that's one thing I like is I don't have to mess with the app. And I guess it's because I have an account, like I have a login and a password. So
yeah.
I guess that's the difference in needing the app. All right, Kay, how are we doing? Can we hear you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you
Good.
see my screen?
Yes.
Yay. So log out, log back in. Yeah, that's the extent of my IT knowledge. So
It worked.
I have shared my IT. If that doesn't work, I'm calling somebody else. All right, so good, Kay. We're back. Response to buyer's offer. You're seeing the form now. And like we were just saying, this first option here, thank you for your offer. This is a rejection. Um, if you're good with the above changes, then send me another offer. And again, please remember, you guys, the offer or is free to accept any offer at any time. So this seller doesn't have to sit around and wait for your buyer to see if they're going to present another offer. If another offer comes in, they are free to accept it. So option number one is a rejection with the seller putting their cards on the table. Option number two came to be as a result of the crazy market in the pandemic. Remember, we gave examples where sellers were getting 20, 30, 40, some multiple offers. So they created this second option for us then when we're dealing specifically with multiple offers. It says, thank you for your offer. Please be advised that we intend to consider all offers on the property received by, and then we're going to put it in a date and a time. So an offer has been made, maybe another offer has been made, and we're learning we're about in a multiple offer situation. So we go out in MLS, we go out in all of our advertising, and we say highest and best due by Wednesday at 5. Well, remember, we have a duty to treat everybody honestly and fairly. So the people that have already presented the offer have a right to know that we have called for highest and best. Does that make sense? Like, I know you made your offer, but look, things have changed a little bit. We're in a multiple offer situation. So we're letting them know. We're going to consider all offers received by this date and time. Should you choose to submit another offer, we encourage you to submit your best offer as soon as possible and in no event later than the date and time is set forth in the preceding sentence. If you neither submit another offer nor withdraw your current offer, we will consider your current offer along with any other offers. And oh yeah, don't forget, please understand that we may, in our sole discretion, choose to accept any offer, including yours, prior to the date and time set forth above, because the offeror is free to accept any offer at any time, even if they put out for best and final. So they don't have to wait until Wednesday at 5 or whatever that time was. The third option then is about the politest no I've ever seen in my entire life. Thank you for your offer. We cannot accept it and hereby reject it. The only thing that's missing from this is have a nice day. It's a flat out no. I'm not putting my cards on the table. We're just saying thanks, but no thanks. And then we have a place at the bottom for the seller to sign again, because this is the seller responding to the buyer's offer. So again, I'll be honest with you guys, if you ever get to do a transaction with a really seasoned agent, I mean, I've only been in it for 24 years, and there's people that have been in it for a lot longer than me. And when you get in it with a really seasoned agent, they were raised to use this form. And so when you're dealing with a seasoned agent and they're responding to your offer, you're going to see it, whether you're in multiple offers or not. Since they came through pre-licensing, we had technology with text messages and emails, things like that. So we kind of learned the shortcuts. We can respond that way. But I still see this form. I think it's still a good form out there. It's, like I said, one way to get, if you want to notify everybody of a multiple offer situation, this is one good way to get the word out. I think it's a great form for a counter offer. And I think it's even works for a rejection. So response to buyer's offer, if you're taking numbers for reference, it's 340T. Questions on this one? So finishing up about multiple offers, just to recap a few things we said yesterday. First off, I have a duty to present all offers. And when it comes to multiple offers, I'm going to present them in no particular order. So I can't favor an offer. I can't, as Bryson told us yesterday, I can't get involved in self-dealing. I can't pick the offer that's better for me, the individual, or my firm in a dual agency situation. There's so much more involved than purchase price. So we got to look at all the terms. We got to look at everything. You know, do they want seller pay closing costs? Do they want a home warranty? How much in due diligence are they offering? I'm sorry, but if the highest price offer is not offering us any due diligence or earnest money, I can do better than that for my seller. So it's considering all the terms and helping the seller to sort through all those offers. We can call for, I don't know if you've heard me, but these days we're calling it highest and best. Not best and final. I'm sorry, best and finals. We used to call it highest and best. But these days we're seeing verbiage of best and final because, like we just said, the highest priced offer doesn't necessarily mean the best offer. So, what we're calling for these days is your buyer's best and final offer. The fact that we have multiple offers is not a material fact. I do not have to disclose that. Whether or not I disclose that information is up to my seller. So I have a conversation. Here's the deal. Buyers, when they find out they're in multiple offer situation, they react one of two ways. They either bring their A game and bring their best and final offer, or they run away. So the seller needs to understand if we say multiple offer, we risk losing buyers. How many? I don't know, but I do know that some will run away because they don't want to get in that kind of competition. They don't want to get involved in that. So the seller just needs to understand their options. I need you guys to be careful. Remember, I never have a golden ticket to lie. So if your seller says, do not disclose that we have multiple offers, another agent's going to call you and they're going to ask you, do you have multiple offers? And I can't say no because if I do, right? I never have a golden ticket to lie. But isn't my seller doesn't wish to disclose that a pretty honest answer? So we can still answer the question, just be careful how you respond. Agents will call and ask you some crazy stuff because they're doing what's in the best interest of their client. So don't forget the old rule of thumb to stop and count to 5 before you respond to make sure you're responding in the best interest of your client. The other thing to remember, particularly always, but specifically with multiple offers, is I cannot disclose the terms of the offer without the offeror's consent. So you have 5 offers in your hand. You have 5 buyers or offerors that have submitted an offer. Again, another agent is going to call you and they're going to ask you, what's the highest price offer you have in your hand? And I need you to stop and count to 5 before you respond to that, because I know our knee-jerk reaction is going to be to say 365. But guys, you just violated a commission rule real easy because you disclosed the terms of the offeror's offer without their permission. So just think before you speak. That's just a good rule of thumb in life anyway, isn't it? Just think before you speak. When the other agent calls you and says, what's the highest price offer you have in your hand right now? You say, please encourage your buyer to bring us their best and final, and we will consider all offers at that time. Don't let that other agent bully you, you guys. Stick to your ground, stick to commission rules. So again, with multiple offers, we looked at the response to buyer's offer. And we talk about this with multiple offers because it works with multiple offers, but don't negate this form for any offer. I can use this form to respond to any offer. It does not have to be a multiple offer situation. And remember, you're representing the seller. So all those buyers to you, all those buyers coming in for the most part, unless you're in dual agency, are going to be customers. And we have a duty to treat everybody fairly and equally. The duties we owe customers is honesty, fairness, and the disclosure material fact. So, what we do for one, we do for all, treat everybody fairly and equally. If I disclose my seller's preferable terms to one buyer or one buyer's agent, isn't it only fair that I disclose that seller's preferable term to all the buyer's agents so all the buyers can determine if they want to meet my seller's terms? We're trying to get my seller connected with just one buyer, not all of them. So to see what we just said in writing, do not disclose the terms of the offer without the offeror's consent. So in these cases, we're talking about the buyer. And again, a lot of agents got their wrists slapped a little bit during the pandemic because you just don't think sometimes. And somebody called and said, what's the highest due diligence fee you have in your hand right now? If you answer that question, you violated Commission Rule 58A.0115. So please just be careful. Go ahead and rehearse that. Tell your buyers to bring us your best and final. We'll consider all offers at that time. No, I'm not telling you what the highest price or the most due diligence is. And another thing we've been saying is this helps to see it in writing. The offer or the give or of the offer is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, even if they use the additional provisions addendum and they put an expiration date on their offer. They are free to revoke their offer at any time. So other than possibly chasing buyers away, you guys have any other pros and cons for disclosing that we have multiple offers?
Well, it depends on what side of the fence you're
I
on.
mean, we kind
Was
of
that
talked about it, but generally that you can create a sense of urgency, but then at the same time that might scare some people away, but just depends on who you're working with.
so Bryson, excuse me, Bryson's going the old retail method where you put a blue light special on it and try to, act now, it'll be gone before before it's too late.
Yeah.
And you're right, some people are going to go running towards the blue light and bite. Other people are going to be like, gee, it's just too much, and I don't want to deal with that. But you're right, Bryson, putting that sense of urgency on it, especially a hot property in a hot market. Let's not sugarcoat this, folks. It's going to go fast. If you want in, this is your opportunity. Okay, what were you saying?
The way I was looking at it is that it depends on what side of the fence you're on. If you're
What side of the fence you're on?
Yes, if you're a seller, then it can generate um, more offers and increase competition. But if you are a buyer, it can do one or two things. You can run away or you can choose to compete. So, it all depends on
Yeah,
favors. There's some pros and
to your point, what I heard, but what I heard was from the seller's point of view, that competition, it could drive up the price.
cons.
So maybe I could get my seller more than what I thought I could because I priced it right. The buyers are the one driving the price up. Now that's all on them. That's nothing to do with me. That's exactly what happened in the pandemic. I think for the most part, you always got the outlier. But I think for the most part, homes were priced right. But when you have a multiple offer situation of 20, 30, 40 offers, then we're going to drive that price up. So, quite frankly, I don't blame sellers for the pandemic. I blame the buyers because they're the ones that drove those prices up and put us in the situation. With that being said, Kay, we can flip that coin from a buyer's perspective. Gee, all these buyers are going to drive this price up. So, it may not just be about competition. It may be about, do I want to pay more than this, or this?
Mhm.
So, yeah,
And can you hear me?
I'm trying. Yeah, barely.
Oh, sorry. Um, the interest rates were very low. The interest rate.
Yes. Yes. And that was the other thing, supply and demand was all kinds of out of whack, wasn't it? You know, they say, whoever they are, they say that the interest rates were low as a direct result of the pandemic. We're trying to get the people out spending money again. And what better thing to spend money on than a house? So they lower the interest rates, which means they created demand, hardcore demand. The problem was is we didn't have the inventory to meet that demand. And that's why we started seeing, because if you didn't have to move, you weren't, because you knew you were going to be in a multiple offer situation paying more. I mean, it was messy. And there were so many factors that put us in that situation. And I'm not going to lie, every once in a while I talk to people, I talk to other agents, and I hear somebody say, well, I'm waiting for interest rates to get back down to 2%, 3%. And I'm not going to lie, I cringe a little bit inside because we need to be very careful what we're asking for. They have said the only way we're getting down to 2% and 3% is if we go through another pandemic. And I don't know about y'all, but I did that once and I really don't want to do it again, even if it means lower interest rates. Does that make sense? So be very, very careful what you wish for, because there are consequences for that. Again, bottom line, acting as the listing agent, assisting my seller, helping them choose the offer that's best for them. As a buyer's agent, I'm being very straight up and honest with my buyer. Either I know we're in a multiple offer situation, or I know my market, I know the sweet spot, I know what properties are moving, so I feel like we might be in a multiple offer situation, in which case I'm going to coach my buyer to present their best and final. We're not negotiating. I'm sorry. When you have 40 offers on the table, we better not be negotiating. Does that make sense? So put the one out there that's good, and the seller is going to pick the one, and hopefully it's yours. And if not, then we go take our buyers back out, maybe revisit the drawing board. I just got to be honest with my buyers about the market. And that's one thing I learned in my real estate career. There's nothing I can do to control the market. All I can do is roll with the market. So it is what it is. And we can help educate our buyers and sellers about the market that we're in right now. The last thing we said, delivery of instruments. We said we know, with the offer, I have a duty to present all offers immediately, but no event later than 3 days. Another thing, just talking about instruments, just in general, delivery of instruments. When we're talking about an instrument, what we're referring to is any document that's related to this transaction. So theoretically, we typically are going to start with our working with real estate agent disclosure and our any agency paperwork. We're going to eventually fast forward to some contract paperwork, and eventually we'll fast forward again to closing disclosure, closing paperwork. So the commission rule that says I have a duty to deliver these signed instruments within 3 days. And what this says is that some agents think they want to wait until we get to the end of the transaction and then send all of the paperwork in nice, neat little package. The commission rule says we got a duty to deliver it within 3 days. So within 3 days of the agency paperwork being signed, I need to submit that paperwork to my client. Within 3 days of the contract paperwork being signed, I got to get them a copy. Does that make sense? I got to keep supplying them with the documentation, the instruments throughout the transaction. I think a pretty good rule of thumb, and you guys as consumers can agree with me, if they sign it, they deserve a copy of it. Makes sense, right? Just make sure you're doing it within 3 days. And guys, seriously, it's 2025. How long did almost 2026? How long does it take you to send an email with a PDF attachment? Right? Here you go. Here's our signed agency agreement. I look forward to working with you. Have a nice day. That's all you have to do. And then document that sent email. Make sure you keep that because that shows that you did it. That 3 days is within signature or your receipt. They sign the contract paperwork, say congratulations on your contract. You can find your, congratulations, you can find your signed contract attached. Have a nice day. Again, that should not be taking us 3 days to do, to send an email, or we can send it through .loop, .loop or DocuSign, whatever your e-signature program is. Questions? The last piece of chapter 11 then is kind of this alternative contracts or conveyance methods. So we're going to talk about other ways that properties can convey, some other ways that properties can convey. And then in any post licensing class you take, CE class you take, they're probably going to spend some time on licensing and education issues just to make sure. Listen, y'all worked really hard for your license. Make sure you keep it. And we're going to talk about how you can keep it. It blows my mind every year, how many numbers come out of the commission saying X amount of agents across the state didn't do CE. How many agents, X amount of agents across the state didn't pay the renewal fee. And I'd like to think that it was intentionally, like they choose to let it go. But I have a feeling some of those numbers, some of those years, those numbers are big. And I have a feeling they weren't. So let's make sure, we want to make sure you guys keep that license. But before we do that, some alternative contracts, some different ways to convey property. I don't want to spend too much time on this, just kind of introducing you to the idea and letting you know what to do should you come across it. So the first thing we have is something called installment land contracts. And with an installment land contract, the buyer is buying, the seller is selling. The buyer is paying the seller the purchase price, but they're not doing it in one lump sum. The buyer is paying the seller directly in installments. With an installment land contract, think about buying a house on layaway. We know how layaway works, right? You take your stuff to the counter, they secure it behind the counter for you, and every payday or every other week, whatever, you go in and you put some money down, and once you've paid it off, you get your stuff. Similar here with an installment land contract, you're going to get the house, you're going to get to live there, you're going to get to use it, and you're going to make the payments. And when the last payment is made, that's when you get the deed. So with an installment land contract, the deed doesn't change hands until the last payment is made. The buyer can live there. They can use it like they own it. It's just like getting a loan through a bank. You're just not going through the bank, you're going through the seller. So the parties in an installment land contract are the vendor and the vendee. The vendor would be the seller, the vendee would be the buyer. Again, the buyer can live there. They're just making payments on the property. We have to agree to the terms, X amount per month, interest rate, all that kind of good stuff. And when the last payment is made, then the seller releases the deed. I do not have a pre-printed form for these types of transactions. So if you're ever called on to do an installment land contract, we got to get attorneys involved just to draft up the paperwork. There are some North Carolina general statutes that regulate how installment land contracts work, and we don't need to get too involved because we got attorneys involved from the get-go, because I don't have a form for this. So we're going to have attorneys involved very early. But some of those general statute rules, the seller has to record the agreement, the contract, within 5 days of execution. So this is a contract that will be on public record, and the attorney will assist with this, but the seller has to have this on record. This prevents the shady seller from selling it out from underneath the buyer. Remember, the seller has the title until the last payment is made. So in the event the seller turns shady, the buyer will have this recorded. So that buyer's attorney will find it on the public records and say, whoa, the seller has an installment land contract. They can't sell. So we're keeping the shady seller honest by recording within 5 days. And then the other general statute thing they give us, in the event of the buyer's default. So if the buyer doesn't make a payment this month, for example, make an installment payment this month, in the event of the buyer's default, the seller must give the buyer 30 days to cure the default. So if you're late, I got to give you 30 days. On day 31, if you still haven't paid, then I can start the eviction process. But I've got to give the buyer 30 days to make up the default. And then on day 31, like I said, if they're not willing to leave, then I got a squatter, and now I can only have them removed by summary ejectment. So it could be a process. But the good news for the seller is at least they still have the deed. So all they got to do is get this person out of their property, and then they can go on. They could sell it to somebody else, lease it to somebody else, whatever. Of course, obviously, just like the bank, in the event of the buyer's default, the seller doesn't have to give that money back. What they've already paid, the seller will keep. That's theirs forever and ever. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what is the advantage? Do you hear me? Oh my God.
Yeah, the advantage. So it's a type of seller financing. So it could be, maybe a buyer with not great credit, and we're willing to take a risk. Maybe we know them, we heartstrings or something, they're willing to take a risk. So we could work something out. I can't get a loan from the lender, but if you're willing to take a chance on me, then I can just pay you directly. For the seller, yeah, Kay don't like that. For the seller, this could be a way to sell a hard to sell home. Maybe it's not a property that's moving well on the market, too many repairs, for example. And this buyer's that he knows what he's doing with a hammer and a toolbox, so he's willing to work on repairs, and maybe we can work that out. Does that make sense? You're right. There's risk on the seller. Absolutely. I'd say the buyer's risk is about the same, because either they go through a loan and they have the risk, or they go through the seller and they have that same risk. But for the seller, I don't know. You'd have to tug on my heartstrings a little bit to get me to consider this as a seller. Would you consider it? Would you? Nope. She didn't even have to think about it.
Yeah, if it's a hard property to sell, I'd just rather just get rid of it. The
So you
headache.
just want to lower the price and get it off the books and move on. I hear you. And I would agree. I mean, the seller, they may need to be done. They may want to be done. A big disadvantage to the seller with these is you're going to get your money, but you're not going to get it all in one lump sum. So can you afford to sell this home over a period of 3 years or 5 years or 15 years, whatever we agree to? So, it's a lot to consider. It's a lot to think about. Absolutely. So an installment land contract, another alternative conveyance method we may come across is called an option to purchase. An option to purchase in real estate is our example of a unilateral contract. So I got unilateral contracts and I got bilateral contracts. In contract speak, lateral means side. How many sides have to perform? So a bilateral contract tells us two sides have to perform. A unilateral contract tells us only one side has to perform, and that's what we're looking at with an option to purchase. With an option to purchase, the seller is selling, but the buyer has not agreed to buy. The buyer has simply been granted the option to decide if they want to purchase, to decide if they want to buy or not. And during the option period, the buyer's not on the hook. During the option period, they can either at the end of the option buy or don't buy. So the option to period, it's a amount of time that we agree to. Maybe it's 2 days, maybe it's 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, whatever, however long we agree to. And during that option period, the buyer's deciding if they want to buy or don't buy. At the end of the option period, if they do not buy, then both parties are done with each other. If the buyer does buy, we are going to transition into a bilateral contract, a bilateral agreement. And now we have that buyer's promise to buy. So like we said, this was a unilateral contract in which only one party has to perform. The party performing is the seller. The only promise made in the option to purchase, the seller's promising that they won't sell to anybody else during this time. The buyer's made no commitment, no guarantee. The seller's just saying, fine, you want this 2 months to decide? I'll grant that to you. We'll negotiate the terms. Buyer and seller are going to agree on all the terms. And it sounds something like, if I decide to buy, these are the terms that I will buy under. So we're going to decide if the buyer buys, how much, when, fees, deposits, all that good stuff. We're going to agree to all that upfront going into the option. So the buyer kind of has those numbers that they have to play with and see if those work for them. Another thing that makes these so unique, consideration is an essential element of our contract. So everything, I got to have at least one form of consideration, but with the option to purchase, we don't just have one. With the option to purchase, we have two forms of consideration. Consideration number one is the purchase price. If I decide to buy, this is the price that I'm willing to pay for it. So that's one of our forms of consideration. The other consideration then is the option fee. I often get asked, what would make a seller make their home unavailable to anybody else during this option time? And my answer is money talks. Money talks really, really loud. So if you want the option to decide if you're going to buy my house and you want me to make it not available to anybody else for 2 months, you're going to pay me a healthy option fee. That option fee is non-refundable. So whether the buyer buys or not, they're paying the seller for that time. They're paying the seller for that option. If the buyer buys, that option fee will be credited to the buyer at closing. So if they buy, they can treat that like a credit. If they don't buy, they have paid the buyer, or the seller for that time. We obviously can do these in residential. We can always ask, we can always present the offer to do an option to purchase, but I feel like where we see these more frequently might be in the commercial world. So maybe I have been hired by Corporate USA. They want to open a new warehouse in, where do y'all want to go today? Let's go to Wilmington. So they want to open a new warehouse in Wilmington. And they have sent me to Wilmington to find them a warehouse with this criteria. And when I get down there, I find two that could work for them. So what they might do is enter into an option to purchase with both of those warehouses, give them the opportunity to decide if they want to buy either one or the other. They're not on the hook. They don't have to buy either one, but they can decide which one would be best for that corporation. So like I said, you will see this in residential. Well, I've never seen this in residential. It can happen in residential, but I think where we see it more often can be commercial. As you can imagine, I don't have a pre-printed form. We don't have pre-printed forms for everything. And these alternative conveyance methods, we don't have because they're so unique, you guys. And when they do come up, when they do come across our desks, there's so many specifics and details that need to be worked out. So best bet is we have to get an attorney involved to draft up that contract for us, the option to purchase. And then if the buyer buys, I would need a sales contract for this to tie into. Questions on this? The last alternative conveyance method we have is something called preemptive rights. And before we get into the different types, let's just talk about what a preemptive right is. A preemptive right contractually obligates somebody to be able to buy first. A preemptive right puts somebody in first of line. So maybe you don't want to buy right now. Maybe you don't want to sell right now. But when you do want to sell or you do want to buy, you want to be first in line. And that's what we're doing with a preemptive right. So we have two. Our first preemptive right is a right of first refusal. With the right of first refusal, the seller has to reach out to, they have to check with the party that has the preemptive right when they get an offer. So maybe I don't want to buy your property, but I still want to be able to have the opportunity to buy if someone else brings you an offer. So a right of first refusal says the owner must check with that other party, give them the opportunity to match the offer before they sell it to anybody else. You know, maybe I don't want to buy, I live next door to a corner lot. And maybe I don't want to buy the corner lot, but you know what? I really don't want Dollar General to buy the corner lot either. So I might enter into a right of first refusal with this owner. And if they do get an offer, they're contractually obligated to come to me first and give me the opportunity to beat or match that offer.
I had
Another preemptive right is the right of first offer.
I had that situation.
Yeah.
Oh, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. I said I had that same situation when I was renting my house and I decided to
Mm-hmm.
sell it, and my tenant wanted the opportunity to buy it. So we put a right of first refusal in it.
Probably you did a right of first offer. I think
Oh,
that
that's
might be
what it
where we
is.
see. Yep. So
Okay.
this is the case, Kay, where your buyer wants to buy, your tenant wants to buy, but you're not willing to sell just yet because you got a rental income. You have that second layer of income coming in. So we're still riding this wave pretty good, right? At some point, though, when you do want to sell, your tenant wants to be first in line. So, what the right of first offer says is that before I can make this property available to anybody else, I got to offer it to you first. And I think with the tenant landlord relationship, that's the best example, very good, of where we see that right of first offer. I can't put it on the market, I can't offer it to anybody else until I offer it to, in this example, my tenant. If my tenant says no, then I can put it on the market, but I'm contractually obligated to come to them first. So any of these alternative conveyance methods, none of them, installment land contract, option to purchase, preemptive rights. I do not have pre-printed forms for any of these. That's why they're alternative. You may also come in, you guys have heard of lease to own. Maybe I'm going to rent it for 2 years and then I'm going to buy. We don't have pre-printed forms for these unique situations, for these alternative methods. So anytime we get out of the traditional sales, we know we have to have an attorney draft stuff up. So we got an attorney involved very early. Buyer and seller may even want their own attorney in this case, but one of them or both of them have to pay to have that drafted up, that agreement drafted up. The other thing I have to say, listing agents. If you get an offer to do an installment land contract or an option to purchase or a preemptive right, do I have to present that to my sellers? Jessica's saying yes. What do we think? Do I have to present an installment land contract to my seller? Do I have to present an option to purchase to my seller? And it looks like we're saying yes because I have a duty to present which offers? All of them. An offer to do an installment land contract is an offer. An offer to do an option to purchase is an offer. You guys with me? An offer to do a preemptive right is an offer. So more than likely, you're going to present this and your seller's going to say, what does this mean? Remember, I'm still not an attorney. I can't interpret. So if your seller is considering it, if they want to consider it, then we may be best advised to have them talk to their attorney. Questions on our alternative conveyance methods? All right, before we start the next topic, let's go ahead and take 10. I'm out of coffee anyway, so let's go ahead and take our break. I got 9:51. Let's come back at 10:02. and we'll talk about some licensing and education issues. All right. Last big topic, then kind of before we get into our review, let's just talk about some license and education issues. Again, I mean, the column issues, because every year the poor commission, we're all renewing at the same time. We're going to talk about renewal dates and how we do that. Um, there's like 60 some people that work at the commission, and there's like 130,000 licensees trying to renew. So let's just call it their busy season, their renewal period. And guys, it's not just brokers that have to renew, firms have to renew, schools have to renew, instructors have to renew. It's everybody renewing. So it's a time of patience, May and June. Just please be patient if you reach out with the commission, because they are in the throes of it. So again, the whole point, you see this in post licensing, you'll see it pop up in CE. We just want to make sure you know how to keep your license each year. For reference, you don't need to know all this, but you can see there's a license law, and then there's several commission rules that revolve around us, our license status and our education. So this is all, this isn't things that the commission's sitting there making up. This is legit. And this helps make sure that we're all following, doing the same things. So let's talk first about, as we know, the Real Estate Commission. And you may remember, and always remember, that their main purpose, the main purpose that they exist, and it's funny to say this, but their main purpose for existing is protecting the public when they're dealing with us. They're protecting the public from us. No, they're protecting the public in their real estate transactions. One of the best things the Real Estate Commission can do to protect the public is to help educate the public, which is why they have so much information, a plethora of information on their website. Remember, anything you find on their website, the commission says you're welcome to use, because we're all serving the same purpose of protecting the public. So make sure you put the commission in for your resources on how can you get information, where can I go. ncrec.gov is a great place to start. We're going to talk about the renewal period in just a minute, but each year we do have to renew, and how we renew is on the commission's website, their main page. And on the main page, you have a licensee log on. I think we saw this last weekend briefly. If you've not created your account yet, please go ahead and do so. ncrec.gov, the home page, and you're looking for a licensee log on. Not to give away any secrets, but it's going to be your license number and the last 4 digits of your social. You can always change that password once you get in. But the licensee log on is what we use to update my address, email, phone number. If that changes, my name, if I get married or divorced, I got to keep accurate information on the commission's website. We're going to go here to renew our license each year. And you guys, I'd like you to get in the habit of going here after you finish a post licensing class and after you finish CE to make sure that it has posted. So give it about a week. When you're done with the classes, give it about a week for them to process. And then when you're done in about a week, just log onto your account and make sure you got credit for that post licensing and CE. And if for some reason it hasn't posted, then you contact the director. So in our case right now, you would call Lane and you would say, Lane, I just checked my record and my post licensing class from 2 weeks ago didn't post. And Lane will source it. Lane will figure out what's going on. Don't call the commission. Call the director of the school you took the class. So I like getting you guys in that habit now. Make sure that your post is checked, because it's really important that your CE has posted every year too. I don't want you guys to find out after the deadline that your CE didn't post. So just get in that habit, stay in that habit. Take a class, make sure it posted. Take a class, make sure it posted. The other thing to remind us about the commission is that they typically are not going to get involved with matters of money. We know that the exception to that rule, the Real Estate Commission has the right to fine a timeshare developer. But as far as licensees goes, that timeshare developer is all they can fine. The commission isn't going to make you reimburse an injured buyer or seller. They're not going to make you pay them back. You might choose to avoid disciplinary action, but they're not going to make you. The court could make you pay the injured party. So depending on the injured party, what avenue they take, are they hiring an attorney to sue you? Or are they filing a complaint in the real estate commission, or both? So you could be facing fines, you could be facing disciplinary action, but it's important that we remember that the commission is not going to fine me. Again, y'all, we're all human, we make mistakes. I know agents that have made mistakes, and sometimes you have a choice. Do I pay for my mistake, or do I possibly face disciplinary action? You got some decisions to make. I can't make those decisions for you. I will tell you, if you make a costly mistake, any money out of your pocket, it's probably the only time you're going to make that mistake. So it's a learning lesson. I'm fortunate. My costly mistake was only like $500. I got lucky. I got lucky. I never made that mistake again, but it was truly and genuinely my mistake. And I felt like the right thing to do was to literally pay for my mistake. You live and you learn, you guys. I've heard of much more expensive, much more costly mistakes. So some agents will tell you it's better to write a check and move on than to, deal with it. So again, you need to get with your BIC. If you ever find yourself in that situation, get with your BIC, and they can help you sort through and talk out your options. Questions or comments about the commission, the real estate commission, what they do and do not do? Do and do not do. Shoot. So the different license categories. So let's break these down. First off, let's talk about you guys, my provisional brokers, or as I call you guys, my brokers with training wheels. As a provisional broker, you can ride your bike. You just can't do it without your training wheels. You can't do it without the direct supervision of a broker in charge. A provisional broker is one, as you guys know, that have not completed post licensing yet. So you guys are in different stages. Literally, all three of you are in different stages of your post licensing journey. If you're not Jessica, for the other two, just make sure you keep track of that 18 months. Don't let that 18-month timeline get away from you. If after 18 months you have not completed post, after 18 months, your license will go inactive until you get it done. So if you're in the throes of a transaction, you're out. So y'all, please don't forget about post. And Jessica, I picked you out because I know you don't have to worry about it literally after this. You don't have to worry about it anymore. But the other two, just don't let that time in that classes get away from you. Once you successfully complete all three post licensing classes, you drop your provisional status and you're just a broker. You can now ride your bike all by yourself. Most of us, many brokers choose to affiliate with a firm. There's pluses and minuses. You need to weigh this out and decide your options. If you don't affiliate with a firm, then maybe you're starting your own. Maybe you're going to be your own firm. Again, you got some choices and some things to think about as a broker. But no matter what avenue you're going, joining a firm or creating your own, please always remember training. Ongoing training, it never ever ends. Keep it going. Anybody want to be the BIC one day? Anybody want to be the boss? Or no? Kay's like adamantly like, oh, absolutely, it's cool, man, you don't have to, it's all good. She's like, don't make me. I hear you. I heard a BIC one. Y'all want to hear something funny? I heard a BIC once talk to a group of brokers, and I don't know how it came up, but a BIC looked at brokers and said, if you're thinking about victim, I want you to go out to your car, open your car door, put your hand in the car door, and then slam the car door. And if you think that felt good, then you're qualified to be a BIC. I was like, wow. It's like, that's pretty hardcore. He might have been having a bad day in the BIC world. But we get the point. There's challenges, there's things to be aware of being a BIC. So if you're ever heading that route, it seems like it's not going to be from the three of you, it's not going to be anytime soon. So if life comes around and you decide to get into victim one day, you're going to want to revisit the laws and the rules. You're going to want to revisit the commission because there's a good chance things are going to change between now and several years down the road when you're ready. So just contact the commission, find out what you need to do, what it means to be a BIC, that kind of thing. So our license status. First off, we need to understand this, very super important. So step one, we need to know if your license is current or expired. Who can tell me the difference? Current versus expired.
You can operate on a current license and you cannot legally operate with an expired license.
That's correct. I can't operate under a current, I cannot under an expired. How do I maintain a current license? What do I need to do to be current versus expired?
Keep up with your CE and and follow all of your license laws, of course.
Okay, so let's break this down, you guys. A current license has nothing to do with education. The current versus
Oh, that's
expired
right.
has nothing to do with CE, post, nothing like that. Do you guys like a play on words? When you see the word current, what I really want you to see is the word currency. A current license has everything to do with paying the renewal fee. So it's simple, current versus expired. Either you pay the fee or you didn't. So Bryson, Jessica, and I, we have an active license. Kay's license is inactive because she's not affiliated. But all four of us are current because we paid the renewal fee during the renewal period. You guys probably did it as part of your application process. So step one, I need you to pay the fee to have a current license. We're going to talk about education in just a second. And the difference in education is whether you're active or inactive. So a current license could be active, a current license could also be inactive. The renewal period every year, the Real Estate Commission operates on a physical year. So their year is July 1st to June 30th. Their year is July 1st to June 30th. And the renewal period every year is May 15th to June 30th. So every year during this time, you have to pay the renewal fee in order to have a current license starting on July 1st. You have until 11:59 p.m. on June 30th to log onto your account, the commission's website, and pay the renewal fee. You can do it on May 15th. Your BIC will probably start harassing you about May 15th, May 16th, and they will probably stay on you until you get it paid. So just go ahead and do it so you get your BIC off your back. I tell mine, I paid, leave me alone now. I don't need your emails anymore. Stop it. So step one, current versus expired. The only difference in the two is whether or not you paid the fee. Questions on this so far? If you don't pay the renewal fee, what that means at the stroke of midnight on July 1st, you wake up and you have an expired license. Once your license is expired, you can get it back. Depending on how long it's expired, depends on how you need to get it back. So you wake up on July 1st and you go, holy crow, I didn't pay the renewal fee. Are you kidding me? If you're expired for 6 months, all you have to do is pay the renewal fee. You have to pay a reinstatement fee, notify the commission, and poof, you're back up and running. So it would be the fee times 2. Renewal fee, by the way, the last 5-10 years, as far back as I can remember, the renewal fee has been $45. That's subject to change, but the last several years has been $45. So you go expired, you wake up on July 1st and go, my license is expired. It's cool. Pay the $45 renewal fee, pay the $45 reinstatement fee, and you're fine. Just do it within 6 months. If your license is expired for more than 6 months, but less than 2 years, you're going to pay the fees, renewal fee, and a reinstatement fee. You have to resubmit your application. They may want to do a background check, things like that. And then you got to get some education because it's been more than 6 months, but less than 2 years since you've gotten education. So you'll either need to, you got choices. You either need to go back and take 2 of 3 post licensing classes again. So you can pick your favorite 2 and go back and take those. Or your second choice is to go back to Pearson VUE Testing Center and retake your state exam. I have a feeling most of us would opt for the post licensing route. 60 hours is better than 4 hours in Pearson VUE Testing Center, I think, because you got to get ready and everything. But you have choices. So you've gone expired more than 6 months, but less than 2 years. Pay the fee and get some education. Prove to the commission that you still know the material. If your license is expired for more than 2 years, does anybody know what happens? More
I
than
think
2
you have
Don't
years.
you have to
start
restart?
Yeah, start
You
all
have
over.
to start all over in day 1 of pre-licensing. Back to the beginning, back to day 1, you guys. This is what happens. We come to a fork in the road of life, and we have a decision to make: real estate or not real estate. And maybe we decide to choose the avenue of not real estate. Maybe we got to stop to raise a family or take care of ailing parents, or maybe another job opportunity comes up. I don't know what's in your fork of the road of life, but something has you questioning this industry. And you think, I'm going to get out of real estate. And then 5 years later, you say, gee, I want to get back into real estate. And you call the commission and you say, what do I need to do? And they say, sign up for pre-licensing. We have the option. I could ride for the rest of my life on an inactive license. All I have to do is pay that renewal fee every year to keep it current. So what I suggest for you to consider, if you think you're done with real estate, consider paying the renewal fee every year to maintain that current license. So if you ever do change your mind, at least you don't have to start over in pre-licensing. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's $45 a year to keep you out of pre-licensing again. You guys have that decision to make. But again, if you ever decide real estate may take a back seat, please consider all of your options. Questions or comments on current versus expired? So we paid the fee and our license is current. A current license can be active or inactive. Active or inactive is the education piece of it. Current and expired have nothing to do with education. They have everything to do with money. So the active versus inactive. We're current. If you're active, you're open for business. You can earn commission. You can earn a referral fee. That's what I need to get paid. I need a current active license. If you're current but inactive, you're closed for business. You can't earn a commission. You can't be paid a referral fee. The difference in the two is education. We're going to talk about CE in just a second. We do want to make sure we hit on CE. As we mentioned for you guys, provisional brokers, failure to take post licensing on time means when you go over your 18 months, your license will automatically convert to inactive, whether you are affiliated or not, because you're missing that post licensing education piece. If you're a provisional broker without a BIC, you are inactive. As a PB, you can only operate under an active license and once you're affiliated or the direct supervision of a broker in charge. Again, you could also choose to be inactive. You could put yourself on inactive status and you could ride forever on an inactive license as long as you're paying that fee every year. So if you think you're done with real estate, I can have you consider that option. If you want to reactivate an inactive license, there may make you catch up on some CE if you have any CE deficiency. If you've been 5 years without CE, for example, they may require you, if you've been that long, they may require you to take a post licensing or something. You can take CE with an inactive license. So if you think you're going to reactivate one day, consider doing CE like every other year. So you don't have to go back to post. You don't have to make up for a CE deficiency. I know when I first got my license and I got my provisional status, I knocked off my provisional status and I was I was an employee of the firm. I was an administrator and I chose to be on an inactive license at first because I just wasn't using it for sales. And I thought, well, gee, my brand new shiny license and I can't ever use it because it's stuck on inactive license, but I did finally affiliate. But that was a choice I made now that I kept that. So I could keep that. I've heard other instructors, there was one in particular, I heard an instructor looked at her class one time and say that she has told her family that if she is on life support during the renewal period, that they need to send in that $45 just in case. You know, I'm like, that's a good family right there. Pay the fee and do CE. I will talk about CE in just a second. Questions on current versus expired, active versus inactive? We know about post licensing, 18 months to complete all three. And when I say complete all three, that does mean pass the exam at the end of each class. That's a question that comes up. I took the class, but I didn't pass. Can I not get credit for it? So when we say complete, understand that means also successfully completing the end of class exam. Like we said, failure to do so within 18 months means your license will go inactive, whether you're in the throes of a transaction or not. And again, you guys, you got to keep up with this. The Real Estate Commission does not keep up with your 18 months. So just make sure you don't let that time get away from you. I know Bryson's got his other two booked already. He's on the calendar. Kay, you got your third post licensing scheduled? Awesome. So you guys are good. I don't want to worry. I'm not going to worry about you guys losing your license because you didn't do your post licensing. Any questions on post? That's about all I have to say about that. All right. CE. What's the deadline for CE every year? What's the CE deadline?
I think it's June 30th. Or is that
A little
when we
sooner.
have to renew
A
our
little
license?
sooner.
Oh, June 10th.
June 10th, June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. Guys, that date needs to be up there. That's just about as important as your birthday and Christmas. Put that date at the top of your priority. June 10th is the deadline every single year. So let's talk about what's happening because this is where we get confused. And if we don't act, this is where we lose our license. So let's talk about what's happening during this time. As mentioned, the Real Estate Commission operates on a physical year, which means the Real Estate Commission's year, we start a brand new year on July 1st and we end the year on June 30th. All licensees expire on June 30th at 11:59 p.m. on June 30th, unless we renew during the renewal period. So I have a renewal period from May 15th to June 30th. This is the opportunity that I have to renew my license or to pay the fee. So the renewal period. Embedded in the renewal period is our CE deadline of June 10th. So I have to renew in the renewal period. I have to complete CE by June 10th. Guys, here's the deal. The commission releases the current year CE material in like June or July. And a lot of schools start offering CE in like July or August. So you could take this year's CE August, September, October, November, December, January, the slower months when we're, fall and winter around the holidays tend to slow down just a smidge. Maybe that's a good time for you to take your CE so you have it done before you get busy again in the spring market, holiday time, that kind of thing. There's the misconception out there that we have to wait until May 15th to take CE. And I need to debunk that right now. We can take CE as soon as they start making it available. Again, like I said, usually August or so, you start seeing classes being offered. So please don't ever think you have to wait till May 15th to take CE. That May 15th to June 30th is the renewal period. That's when we pay. With that being said, each commission's year, we have to do CE by June 10th. June 11th to June 30th is a blackout period, which means nobody across the state can offer CE class for credit. You can take a CE class, but you're not going to get CE credit because the commission has blacked out June 11th to June 30th. So if you don't do CE by June 10th, pay the fee. Pay the fee. You missed the CE deadline. You've paid the fee, but you didn't complete your education. What's your license status on July 1st? You paid the fee, but you didn't get your education.
Inactive.
You are going to be inactive. Yes, you have a current license that's inactive on July 1st. So what can you do on July 1st? Nothing. But they do give you that 20 days. They'll let you know. They'll send you a card that says you didn't do CE. Just know on July 1st, your license is inactive. And it will remain active until you can get caught up on CE. Few schools offer it in July, a few more offer it in August. You don't have the choices that you do the first of the year. But there is no makeup. There is no, oh no, it's July 11th. Can I still do CE? That's a hard blackout period. And the reason being is, like we said, May 15th to June 30th is the commission's busy season. And so they're trying to process all renewals and our CE. They got to cut it off at some time in order to process everything, in order to handle everything and get ready for the new year. So please don't wait until June 10th. So many stories over the years. June 10th, maybe I'm going to go in person to take my CE class and I wake up that morning and I have a flat tire. Or June 10th, maybe I'm taking CE via Zoom and I wake up that morning and I don't have internet or I don't have power. You guys with me? Things happen on June 10th. Y'all, we had a CE instructor several years ago. She was teaching on June 10th. And she got the call that her husband passed away. She had to go. I know, is that not awful? She had to go. And they called the commission and they said, what do we do? And the commission said, this is a rule. You can't just have a rule. And so those guys had to sit tight until they could get another CE approved instructor in there to finish them out. Luckily, they were able to find another CE instructor. But guys, this tells us the dangers of waiting until June 10th. And hear me, they can't change the rule for you. Does that make sense? Don't wait until the end. Please, please consider knocking it out in fall. Consider knocking it out before spring. Classes fill up the closer to June 10th we get. And if I fill up the seats, I may have to cut the class. And if you can't get in, I mean, so many things can happen. Please, 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 questions or comments on CE, on that CE deadline?
I don't have it in front of me, but how many, can you remind me how many CEs do we need?
Yes, thank you, Kay. So we have 2 4-hour CEs. So one of my 4-hour CE is the update. If you are a provisional broker or a broker, you'll take the general update, also known as the Gen Up. If you're a broker in charge or BIC eligible, you'll take the broker in charge update, also known as the BIC Up. So make sure you take your appropriate update course to get credit for the update. Either you're a BIC or you're not, Gen Up or BIC Up. The other 4 hours then is an elective, and that's a topic of your choosing. So as long as it's been approved for elective credit, and they advertise, they let you know. So you do 4 hours of an update plus 4 hours of an elective. And I encourage you guys, there's a cajillion elective topics out there. Like seriously, there's so many elective topics out there. So maybe you find an elective, that helps your business. Do you want to learn more about, contracts or green housing or mold or working with first-time home buyers, right? There's an elective topic out there. And if you want to know about working more with seniors, then why not take that elective, 2 birds, 1 stone, right? So you can use it to enhance your career and also knock out your CE credit. The other thing I have to say to you guys, I don't know when you got licensed, but depending on when you get licensed, you get your first year of CE off. So whenever you got your license, draw a timeline. And the first time you hit the renewal period, you don't have to take CE. You get your first year off. Pay the fee. Always pay the fee. When in doubt, send them money. Pay the fee, but you get your first year CE off. So I know, Bryson, this will be your first year. Jessica, I think yours as well. I'm looking at license numbers, is how I can tell. Okay, I'm not sure when you got licensed in North Carolina, but if it has been since July 1st, 2025, then you don't have to do CE this first renewal period. Does that make sense?
I think I got in October of last year, my license.
October of last year. So you would have already had your renewal period. You would have gotten licensed July. So you would have gotten licensed about here. This would have been October of 24, I'm thinking.
Yes.
So then you would have hit this in 25. So you've already had your first year off. So take CE after this. Okay, start taking CE. You too, keep it up. Make sure you take this year and then start your second year. You can take CE this first year. You can if you just want to. If you're a nerd like me and you want the material, you can. Or you can choose to take that first year off. The thinking is you guys are fresh from pre and fresh from post. So you don't need this stuff. You've already gotten it. You're good. But after this, we want to make sure you are staying up to date and current. They may, the other thing about CE and post licensing, they may allow an extension for a hardship. If you can prove a hardship, why you couldn't do CE by June 10th, or why you couldn't do your post licensing by 18 months. But I'm telling you, hardship is just that. A hardship is not, I got busy and I forgot. I'm working with buyers and sellers and I just didn't have time to do CE. That's not a hardship. A hardship is stuff like long-term in a hospital or active military deployment, things like that. Not, I got busy and I forgot. Is everybody hearing me? Questions on CE? Interestingly enough, they considered the pandemic a hardship. They granted an extension for CE and post during the pandemic, but you know what? We still paid the fee. Always pay the fee. Always, always. Any questions on your licensing, education issues? Like I said, you guys, you worked hard to get them. So let's keep them. Fair enough? I used to be the kind of the lane of a real estate school. I shared that with another coworker. So her and I together were lane. And I'm telling you, I'm not gonna lie, the day of the year that I hated going to work the most was June 11th. Because I know my phone was going to be I miss CE. What do I do? Was my day all day, all day. What do? You get your affairs together and you be prepared for your license to go inactive on July 1st. That's what you do because we know it's coming. Get in CE as soon as you can to get that thing reactivated. All right, so when class started, Jessica kind of threw this out to the group. This is where we are now. We are going to get ready for our test. So we're going to review, we're going to look at that closing disclosure. I'm going to hit some highlights on some of the things that we talked about to try to get our brains in kind of the right place. I threw a couple options out there. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, so maybe you guys want to tell me in a private chat. We'll take a vote in a private chat. So here's some options. We can either take a lunch, come back from lunch and finish up about 2, or we can work through lunch and take our lunch break probably about 1:15, 1:30 and knock out for the day. So let me hear from you guys. I'm going to take a vote. We either take a lunch at noon or we take a lunch about 1:15 and finish for the day. Let me know and majority will rule. Again, either lunch and come back, persevere through and take our lunch. Like I said, probably about 1:15, something like that. Majority wins. We're going to persevere through. Everybody ready? Get pumped up. No, all right. So we're going to do our review, do our CD, and basically, you guys, when we're done, we're done. Remember, your exam opens at 2. So even if I finish at 1:15, your exam still opens at 2. But that gives you time to regroup, refresh, whatever. I'll talk a little bit more about your exam at the end, but I feel like we've hit that. What you need to know is in that email from Becky. So please make sure you take the time to read that. I know she said she was going to include a practice test for you guys. If you've not done a Learn Test Pass test, I recommend you do the practice test. I'm not looking for right or wrong on the practice test, but what I'm looking for, what it is doing is making sure that your system is compatible, that you can, when you get to the real test, if you have any issues, you can discover those through the practice test and get with Becky before you begin. So I do recommend, again, in that email from her, it should be there. If not, let us know. But it should be there, that practice test. If you've done with Learn Test Pass before, Jessica and Bryson, I believe you guys both have. So you know what to expect. Kay, is this new for you? So take that practice test, because if your device isn't compatible, that's where you're going to find it out. Right. And that's why they offer it. Like I said, I don't know. I wish they would ask you questions like what color is the sky? Because I don't want you to stress out over the test. That's not what it's about. What it's about is your device compatible? But make sure you're looking at that email from Becky. If you have any questions about the material, I'm the one you come to. So Julie, what does this mean? Or I didn't quite understand that. I'm the one you come to. If you have a question about the test, you go to Becky. Becky is Learn Test Pass. If you call Lane or I, you know what we're going to say? let's get Becky involved because Lane and I don't know the back end like Becky does. I've never seen the back end of Learn Test Pass. So that's why she is our Learn Test Pass guru, if you will. So there's a distinction between Becky and I after class today. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about what to expect. So part of our review is the closing disclosure, and we're going to work one together as we mentioned. But I'd also like to do a brief review on some of the calculations that we did to help us get ready for the closing disclosure. So one of those calculations that we discussed was our prorating. And remember, when it comes to prorating, the date September 1st means so much. And we know based on that date that we could have three different scenarios. If closing is before September 1st, there is no way that taxes have been paid because the bill hasn't even come out yet. It's not due and payable in post-licensing world. So if closing is before December 1st, what that means is the buyer will pay the bill later in the year. The buyer will be responsible for the whole bill. So the proration at settlement before September 1st is we have the seller giving money to the buyer. We have the seller going ahead at settlement and paying the buyer for their portion of the taxes. In closing disclosure verbiage, that shakes out to debit the seller, credit the buyer. Remember, the party with the debit is the one that we count the days for. So on the seller, we would start January 1st and we would go through the day of closing. Make sure you include the seller on the day of closing. The other two scenarios is when closing is after September 1st. And now the problem's got to tell you the seller has either paid the taxes for the year or the taxes for the year are unpaid. If the seller has paid the taxes for the year, then we are going to basically have the buyer reimburse the seller for their portion of the taxes. So if paid after September 1st, that'll shake out to a debit the buyer, credit the seller. Calculate the party with the debit. Remember, when we're counting forward on the timeline for the buyer, I want you guys to use your fingers for the remaining of that month because we got to include that day. So for the buyer, we'll start the day after closing. The seller gets it today, the buyer starts it tomorrow. If we're going to closing after September 1st and taxes are unpaid, that's when we do our double debit. The seller will pay their fair share, the buyer will pay theirs, and the attorney will send one check to the housing authority on behalf of the property. The attorney will handle paying that bill. If unpaid, double debit, we're closing in like November or December. So the attorney generally knows that this tax bill is due. They know it has to be taken care of. They know everybody's moving and they have a lot going on. So let me make this easier for you. I'll pay it this year on your behalf. I'll collect from both parties and handle that for you. So three different scenarios, mostly revolving around that September 1st date. When we prorated the steps, I first count the number of days with the party with the debit. So if I'm debiting the seller, I'm going to start on January 1st and I'm going to calculate through the day of closing. If I'm debiting for the buyer, I'm going to start counting the day after closing and take them through December 31st. So draw your timeline. I do recommend, we're going to work an example in just a second. So we find the number of days, count out the number of days for the party with the debit. Then we take our annual taxes, annual tax bill, and divide it by 365. That gives me my daily tax bill. That tells me every single day this year what taxes were. And then the last step is we take the daily rate times the number of days. We've already decided who has the debit. So now we know the daily rate times the number of days, that's how much the debit party owes the credit party. Questions on proration? Let's do it. Y'all take a minute. Let's prorate. We'll come back and look at this together, but take a minute, see what you can come up with. Give it another minute or so and then we'll talk about it. So let's see what we got here. I got closing on November 19th. We're told it's after September 1st, so it's got to tell us it's been paid or not. Before September 1st, it may not, because we know it's not. After September 1st, it tells me the sellers paid the property tax bill for the year. Those annual tax bills were $3,215. So the question is, what is our tax proration? I recommend drawing it out. In this case, what we are prorating is an annual amount, not a monthly or a quarterly. So I want to see that annual timeline. And I also want to see what breaks up that timeline, and what separates it, what divvies it, is the day of closing. Seller own the front part of the year, buyer will own the latter part of the year. This is all I had to do to set myself up. I took the worst from the problem. I gave myself a visual. I let myself see what it is that we were looking at. Seller has already paid the taxes. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, who owes who?
The buyer owes the seller.
Buyer owes the seller. And in CD speak, what we're going to say, buyer owes the seller. So it shakes out to a debit the buyer, credit the seller. Questions so far? I'll be honest. We're all friends. I'll be honest. For me, this is the hard part. And once I have this figured out, now I know what to calculate. So the picture, the question, who owes who, that helps me figure out who gets the debit, who gets the credit. And now I know how to proceed. That's me personally. But once I know this, I know I'm good. So we've already decided debit the buyer, credit the seller, which means the buyer's get the party with the debit is the one I calculate for. So we're going to calculate how much does the buyer owe the seller. The seller paid taxes on the day of closing, so the buyer's responsibility for taxes will start tomorrow. And when we count out the rest of November on your fingers, plus 31 days in December. How many days does the buyer owe the seller? Anyone guess? How many days does the buyer owe the seller?
43 days.
43.
Okay, I had 42, but that
So
could
we're
be a
50-50. Jess and I got 42. So let's
okay.
count it out. I got November 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. So I got 11 days left in November.
Hold up. I thought
Yes.
the seller. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, it is 41 or 42, sorry.
Yeah, it's
So the
because
seller paid
seller pays on
the
the day of
19th.
closing.
Yeah,
The
okay, never
seller
mind.
paid the closing day. So the buyer's going to start tomorrow. So they will start on the 20th. I got 11 days left in November, 31 days in December. So I'm showing the buyer owes the seller for 42 days. Kay, did you say something? I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I just counted wrong.
Okay. Seriously, you guys, you don't miss it because you don't know how to prorate it. You miss it because you don't count days right. So let's make sure we're all on the same page with counting days. Do we all see 42? Do we know? Can we see how we got that? Do we have questions on that? It's so frustrating. I know how to do this stuff. I just didn't count right. Oh yeah, that's that's what's up. So we've decided 42 days. I got an annual tax bill of 3,215. I need to break that down into daily. So we're going to take that 3,215 and divide it by 365. And we learned that taxes are like 8.808 per day. Probably rounded a little bit there. We've already decided 42 days. So how much does the buyer owe the seller?
$369.94.
I'm getting the
That's
same.
what
I got $369.94. It's going to show up twice. Debit the buyer $369.94, credit the seller $369.94. Again, if we're thinking about what's happening here, the seller's paid the tax bill for the year, and now the buyer is reimbursing them for their portion, for their amount. So debit the seller, credit the buyer $369.94. Questions?
when it comes to roundings, I noticed you got 8.803. We need to make sure that our calculators are on round to the third number.
I would go out, yeah, I would go out 3. So I got a big long number on mine, K, and I just rounded 8.808. So I just went out 3 decimal places until I got to the end. And you may be, if you round differently, you may be a few cents off. The answer choices aren't going to be pennies off. So if you round a little bit differently, you can say close enough.
Yeah, okay.
I can almost guarantee you there will be an answer choice that's off by $8.81, banking on you counting your days wrong. There's
Mhm.
the difference in missing. You're not going to miss by rounding, but you can miss by not counting correctly. So when you're going forward on the timeline, you guys, seriously, just count it out on your fingers. Questions? Prorating? Can I erase? Good. Let's go ahead, take a break. We come back, we're getting to our CD for review. So the time is 11 o'clock. So let's take 10. We'll come back. Do you need that, Kay? I think
I got
there
it.
you go. You got it?
Mhm.
Okay, so let's take 10 and we come back more on the CD.
Where to wake up?
Welcome back.
So, Julie, have you ever had a kitten before?
A long time.
I haven't had a kitten in about 10 years, and I'm fostering this 9-week-old kitten, and it's like having a baby in the house. So I come out of the bathroom on break, and she's at the top of the curtain rod in the kitchen trying to jump onto the moving ceiling fan. Like, not a clue in the world that this is not safe. I'm like, this is a lot of work.
Kind of
So,
like the CE thing. Sometimes we have to learn the hard way sometimes, right? So maybe that's what it takes for her to get launched by the ceiling fan to learn that she shouldn't do.
yeah, this morning one of the other cats got her because she won't stop trying to chase their tail. And I'm like, well, they tried to tell you twice. Third time you're getting it.
She's learning all kinds of lessons. Is this the one? Did you tell us last weekend you found this kitten, or I should say the kitten found you?
No, that's a 10-year-old cat that I have.
Okay.
This
So
one
this is
appeared at another property, and my coworker had put it in our chat asking if anybody wanted it. And I said I would take her and find her a home. So she's going to her new home in a week, but just keep me on my toes until then. I will not be getting
until
a
then.
kitten again in this lifetime.
Yeah, we're simple people over here. We don't have kids, we don't have pets. Um, I have a plant, it's not doing real well, so we're just
Yeah. You're
I
just
just
flying by the seat
keep
of your
things
pants
simple.
trying to survive.
Yeah, I don't know what happens to my plant lately, but I got one left and I'm just trying to keep it, So yeah, I don't know. Keep life simple. That's my philosophy. I have lots of kids or lots of friends with kids. So I have friends with dogs, so I get to go spoil everybody else's cats and dogs and kids, and then I come home. I did just find out last week that I'm going to be a great aunt.
That is
So that's
exciting.
exciting. That's
Yeah.
exciting. I get to be a great aunt. I think I'm going to be a great aunt. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
All right. Prorating. We did a quick review on prorations, questions on that.
Mm-mm.
The other math we learned before we got to the CD was interim interest. Please note that's also called prepaid interest because that's what we're doing. Interest is paid in arrears, which means when you make your mortgage payment, you're paying last month's interest. However, what interim interest is the lenders collecting from the buyer up front what they owe for the remainder of this month. So interim interest, the buyer's prepaying their interest for the month of closing. And for interim interest, because I'm not prorating, when I debit for the buyer, we're always going to start counting from the day of closing to the last day of that month. When you're calculating interim interest, we count on our fingers from the day of closing to the last day of the month. Remember, this is not a proration. The seller has nothing to do with this. This is money that the buyer owes their lender. So interim interest, debit the buyer, and we're going to count forward on the timeline from the day of closing to the last day of that month. Never ever go into the next month. Just the month of closing. And when we prorate, there's certain steps that we need to take. So first off, we want to count the number of days left in the month. Again, don't forget to count the day of closing. Buyer owes the lender for the day the loan is originated. We're counting forward in the timeline again from the day of closing to the last day of the month. So make sure you use your fingers to count it out accurately. Then we got to calculate how much. So to calculate how much, we take the loan amount times the interest rate. The problem will have to give you both. So we take the loan amount times the interest rate. That calculation gives me annual interest. And when I divide it by 365, I can break it down into daily interest. So now I know the daily interest rate and I know the number of days. When I multiply them together, That gives me how much interim interest the buyer owes their lender. Debit the buyer, prepaid interest. Questions before we look at an example for practice? So there it is. Take a few minutes and then we'll talk about it. You bet another minute or so and we'll look at it together. We get something, we get through it. Let's see what we got. So I got a sales price of 325. What does that mean for me in this problem? Nothing.
Yeah.
Not at all. Because when we're talking about lender fees, all lender fees come from the loan amount. So be prepared for distractions, you guys. This is why we have formulas. We're going to take the loan amount. So now I got a buyer getting an 80% loan for 260,000 and an interest rate of 6.25%. Closing is August 27th. So the question is, how much will the lender charge the borrower for prepaid interest at closing? So first, to calculate the number of days, interim interest is always from the day of closing to the last day of that month. So the buyer will pay for closing. That's the day their loan was originated. And they're going to pay for August 27, 28, 29, and 30. So we're going to figure out 4 days of interest that the buyer owes their lender. Interim interest. Questions so far on how I got the 4 days? Then we got to figure out how much. So I'm going to take the loan amount times the interest rate. Loan amount times the interest rate gives me annual interest. Then I want to take annual interest and break it down to daily, and I do so by dividing by 365. And when I do that, I get $44.52 a day. So every day this year at this interest rate, at this loan amount, interest is $44.52. We've already decided that the buyer owes their lender for 4 days. So we take that $44.52 and times it by 4, and we will see an entry on the CD, debit the buyer, $178.08. This is how much they owe their lender to get caught up on their interest payment.
And you said the buyer owes from the day of closing to the last day of the month?
Correct.
Okay.
For interim interest, because I'm not prorating. Seller's got nothing to do with this. And with your lender hat on, you bring me $260,000 today. When do you want to start getting your money back? Today. You don't want to wait until tomorrow. You want to start getting your money. You want to start collecting today. So the day you originate a loan, you owe interest. They waste no time, y'all. None. Okay, bonus question. When is this buyer's first mortgage payment going to be due?
October 1st.
Good for you. Yes. So they won't have that payment on September 1st. We skip the first. So tell your buyers they get a free month. They really don't. But tell them that it's nice. You guys have bought a house. It's nice
It feels
after you
good.
buy a house to not have a mortgage payment due 4 days later. It's very, very nice because there's a lot going on when you buy a house. So this is almost a reprieve for our buyers. You don't have to worry about your mortgage payment until October 1st. Questions on interim interest?
Mhm. Oh,
Can I erase?
yes.
Good, good. Okay. So after we learned a little bit of math, then we were able to do our closing disclosure. We did CD number 1 last week. You can find that in Learn Test Pass. Remember, we also have the recording. So if you want to go back through and watch that. This week for our review, we're going to do CD number 2. And while you can find that in Learn Test Pass, I've also pulled it out and put it in your Google Drive just to make it a little bit easier. Remember too, before your test, you may want to look at this who pays for what at closing. Remember, we call this our pre-test cheat sheet. So this gives us a quick rundown of what are debits to the buyer, what are credits to the seller, credits to the buyer, debits to the seller. So I do suggest looking through that real quick, refreshing yourself on that. So I have already downloaded our CD2, and I'm going to pull it up so we can look at it, work it together. And I also have my blank closing disclosure. And of course, you guys know to have your blank closing disclosure printed out before you begin your test. Yes, you will print out the blank CD before you begin your test. Okay, and you can also have scratch paper as well. Remember, part of your test, the AI will have to scan the room. They may also want to look at, probably will look at your blank scratch paper and your blank CD to make sure you are starting with blank documents. So again, blank scratch paper, blank CD, don't fill anything in until your test begins. So with our closing disclosure, getting it all on one page for us here. And looking at CD2, again, take a minute and read the information. This could give you good stuff to know. Like, we're going to round to the nearest whole dollar. You cannot obtain the wrong answer solely on rounding. For prorated entries, we're reminded to use the 365-day year method with the seller responsible for the day of closing. So making sure that we're all on the same page going into this. Facts. A buyer and seller entered into a standard NCAR NCBA offer to purchase and contract 2T. The transaction details are as follows. So remember, we're going through the problem. Don't skip around on the problem. So when you hit something on the problem, go ahead and address it on your CD to make sure you get everything. So I got a contract sales price of $275,000. In terms of credits and debits, how does the contract sales price shake out on the closing disclosure?
Isn't it a credit to the buyer?
The sales price. Let's think about what's going on. I'm buying your house. I'm giving you X amount in exchange for the property. So if I am giving you X amount in CD verbiage, that's going to shake out as a debit the buyer, credit the seller. The buyer owes the seller the sales price in exchange for the property. So the sales price is between the buyer and the seller, debit the buyer, credit the seller. And we can find that on page 2. And specifically in page 2, I'm really trying to get this where I can see it all in one, but it's really hard to do. Specifically in page 2, I'm looking at K as in Kelly, debit the buyer, $275,000. And I'm also looking at M as in Mary, credit the seller, the same amount. Remember our D's and our C's. So when we're looking at K, we're looking at all of the buyer's debits. It tells me right here, do things from the buyer. When I'm looking at M, I'm looking at all of the seller's credits. So do to the seller. Debit the buyer $275. Credit the seller $275. Questions? While we're on D's and C's, K is D, M is C, L are all of the buyer's credits paid by or on behalf, and N are all of the seller's debits, again, due from. So I do recommend, I think it's, again, it's helpful for me, which is why I share. But if you will, on your scratch paper, take a minute before you begin your CD and label out your D's and C's, DC, CD, so you can see clearly what are the buyer's debits and credits and what are the seller's debits and credits. Got a settlement date of April 10th. We may need that date later, so I usually write mine on both sides, both pages of the CD, just for a quick reference, in case time is a concern. We don't want you running out looking for the date. So consider just writing the settlement date at the top of both sides, so you can have that for quick reference. Then I get an earnest money deposit or earnest money. In verbiage of credits or debits, what am I going to do with the earnest money?
That's the debit to the buyer.
Debit to the buyer?
Hold on, let me
What do
think.
we think?
The earnest money ends up going or coming off the list price, right?
Which shakes out to a credit the buyer. The buyer paid that money when we went under contract. So we don't want to charge them again. They've already paid that. So we need to credit it back to the buyer. So the earnest money will be a credit the buyer. I'm still on page 2. I'm under L as in Larry. And specifically L1 is called deposit. So we can put our earnest money deposit. You guys listen to me. If L1 confuses you, then come down here and write EMD and $1,000. I don't care where in L you put it, just put it in L. So if deposit isn't clear enough for you, you're welcome to do a write-in. Just make sure you get that $1,000 in L, credit the buyer. Then I got a due diligence fee of $2,000. Again, in verbiage of credits or debits, what are we going to do with that?
— Could you repeat that, Julie?
With the due diligence fee,
Yeah.
in terms of debits or credits, what are we going to do with the $2,000?
Debit the buyer and credit the seller.
She's got it. So, no, wait a minute. What did you just say?
I thought credit the buyer.
Credit the
But I thought
buyer.
we were
There it is.
talking
Credit
about
buyer.
due diligence.
Got. Remember, you guys, when we went under contract, your buyer wrote 2 checks,
Checks.
which were debits. So now that we're at closing, we got to reverse that. Earnest money and due diligence will always be credit to the buyer, assuming we make it to closing.
Housing.
If we make it to closing, those monies are like down payment. Remember, those monies are there primarily if we don't make it to closing. But when we make it to closing, both due diligence and the earnest money will be credited back to the buyer. And for the CD, the difference in the two, the seller touches the due diligence fee. The seller never touches the earnest money. Earnest money's been hanging out in an escrow account this whole time. So we got to have the seller touch it again now that we're at closing. So we're still under L as in Larry. And specifically L6, we have $2,000 credit the buyer, and N is in Nancy,
You're gonna have to wait.
$2,000. What was that? Debit the seller. So I got L and N, credit the buyer, debit the seller, $2,000.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you put under N 1? Oh, you didn't put nothing. Okay. Do from. Okay.
So we just got the seller's debit for the due diligence. The seller never has nothing to do with the earnest money.
I have a question. What is
Okay.
excess? That was throwing me off. What is excess deposit?
You could have a case, and I'm not going to get too involved because it's going to be rare, but you could have a case where if the real estate firm is holding the earnest money deposit, remember we said that eventually we got to get that earnest money to closing. So they got two choices. They can either write a check and send that check with their broker to the attorney's office, or we can just keep it and move that from the trust account to the operating account. And we would have, when you go to pick your check up, it wouldn't be for the full commission amount. It would be for your commission minus the earnest money. So because commission's being paid two different ways, we have to put it in two different places. And one of those places would be that excess deposit.
Okay.
But that's going to be more of the rare situation, Kay. Again, if the firm is holding the earnest money deposit, then we would see that. But other than that, I've not seen that being used, that excess deposit. Again, if this verbiage throws you up, well, it says due diligence, the earnest money this is referring to the earnest money deposit, but you can always do a write-in if that, like I said, I don't care where you get it, just get it in L as in Larry. Anything else so far? Sales price, earnest money, due diligence? This is a cash sale. I think I'm going to be really bold right here and call it an error in the problem. Items paid before closing. Well, if a lender's not involved, we're not going to have a credit report. So maybe this is a distraction. I do have a $500 appraisal fee, but even a cash buyer can order an appraisal. So guys, make a mental note to yourself. If you're working with a cash buyer, the appraisal, the lender doesn't require, there's no lender, so there's no appraisal that's going to happen automatically. However, if that cash buyer starts asking a lot about value, the best thing I can do is recommend in writing that they have an appraisal done, that they have that taken into consideration. Always remember too, anything paid before closing, if we look at page 1, if I were to put this in here, I'm not going to, but if I were to put this in here, since it's already been paid, I need to make sure I get it in the borrower paid before closing column. So make sure we see the things at closing or what you and I are calculating for our test. But the things already paid are going to go in that different column and are not calculated in our calculations here. I've got a homeowner's insurance premium for $900 for the first year due at closing. So who gets the debit for this? Who's paying for the first year of homeowner's insurance?
Julie, I missed
Yeah.
something. You said that the $500 appraisal and $40 credit report, that does not need to be on the CD? Because I put it on the CD.
You can,
Okay.
but it has already been paid. So if
Yeah.
I do put it on, I need to indicate that it's been paid before closing, not paid at
Okay, that's
closing.
okay.
And what you and I are calculating is the at closing column.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So if you put it on, I don't care if you put it on, but if you put it on, I need it in this column, the before closing column, not the at closing column.
Okay, that was a trick question. I guess that's what okay.
Well, it tells you it's been paid before closing. And when we look at our cheat sheet, we see these items that have been paid before. They've already been paid. The appraiser's not going to go out and do their thing until they've been paid.
So for this sheet, I don't have the sheet in front of me, but for this exercise, we were only supposed to calculate what was paid at closing.
Correct.
Oh, and I sit and look at both of them. Okay.
Buyer and seller paid at closing.
Okay.
What am I going to do with the first year homeowner's insurance premium? In CD verbiage, debit or credit to who?
A debit to the buyer.
Debit the buyer. They get to pay their first year homeowners insurance policy. Remember, homeowners insurance paid in advance. So when they pay this $900 today, they're covered for their first year of homeownership. So we got $900 homeowners insurance. I'm still on page 1. And this is a prepaid because I'm prepaying for insurance in advance. So F is our prepaids, and specifically F1, buyer pay at closing, $900 for homeowners insurance. I got seller's brokerage commission. That tells me right there who's paying commission. So who gets the debit? The buyer.
Yeah, buyer, debit buyer.
No, what does it say? It says the
Seller.
seller. Seller's brokerage commission. So it tells us who's paying it. And specifically, the seller's going to pay 6% of the sales price. So we take our sales price of $275 and I figure 6%, and that gives me my commission. 16,500. Remember, everything on page 1 is a debit to third parties, and it's really weird to say this, but y'all, you and I are a third party. Remember, the parties to the contract are the buyer and the seller. Everybody else is a third party. So I'm under H as in Heather. H1, debit the seller, 16,500. I got a seller's mortgage loan payoff. They have to pay off all their outstanding liens. So their mortgage lien is a big one. They owe 150,000 to pay it off. Let's go back to page 2. Under the seller's debits, N is in Nancy. And under N is in Nancy, I got a payoff of 150,000. Debit the seller. And then we got some taxes. Let's see what we got going on with taxes. Real property taxes, the annual tax bill, unpaid by the seller, 2,800, buyer to pay after September 1st. So we're going to closing on April 10th. Did the problem have to tell me that taxes have not been paid? Did it have to tell me that?
Mm-hmm.
Did it?
Well, otherwise you would assume that they had been paid, wouldn't we?
I would not, because anything before September 1st,
Oh, right. Okay.
Has not been paid.
taxes have not been paid. So closings on April 10th, which means taxes have not been paid. The problem was very kind.
Mm.
So I got unpaid taxes, 2,800. I'm going to pull up my whiteboard here so we can do some calculations. I got 2,800 in taxes. And I'm going to do some prorating. So I know I want to see what it is that I'm prorating. And what I'm looking at here is the annual tax bill, my annual timeline. And what separates it, what divvies it up, is the day of closing, which is April 10th. Seller owns the front part of the year, buyer owns the latter part of the year. And we know taxes have not been paid, which means the buyer will be responsible for them later in the year. So the seller is going to head and pay the buyer for their portion of taxes now. So the party getting the debit, this is going to shake out to a debit the seller, credit the buyer. And we're calculating for the seller, which is going to be January 1st to April 20th. So why don't you guys take a minute, do your proration, figure out the days for the seller, figure out daily taxes, and then we'll talk about the tax proration in just a minute once you've had a chance to calculate it. About another minute and we'll look at it together.
I didn't have that.
How many days do we get? How many days does the seller owe the buyer?
100 days.
100 days. So Kay took 31 days in January, 28 in February, 31 in March. And then we had 10 for April, which means the seller owes the buyer for the 100 days that they own the property this year, January 1st to April 10th. Then we need to figure out how much. So we're going to take that annual tax bill of 2,800 and we're going to break it down to daily. And I do that by dividing by 365. So I get $7.67 a day. We've already calculated for 100 days. So the seller owes the buyer $767.10. Debit the seller, credit the buyer. Questions on the amount before we take it back to the CD? Good. Can I erase?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Okay. So I have an amount. We take it back to our CD, debit the seller, credit the buyer. So we're still on page 2. Debit the seller, credit the buyer. I'm under L as in Larry and N. Credit the buyer. 767.10. Debit the seller, $767. 767.10. So L and N. Debit the seller, credit the buyer. Questions on taxes?
Mhm.
Then we have these miscellaneous expenses. The following expenses should be charged to the buyer or seller according to standard practice. And what is standard practice, you might ask? That's the cheat sheet you guys have. That's what that cheat sheet is it tells us that standard practice, knowing who gets the debit and who gets the credit. So I got an attorney's fee for $825. Who pays that?
The buyer.
The buyer.
Buyer pays the attorney fee. So we're back up on page 1 because the attorney is a third party. And specifically, we're going to be under C as in cat. Buyer paid at closing $825. C1. I have a title insurance policy for $1,000. Who pays for the title insurance policy?
The seller.
The seller. No, the buyer.
The buyer pays.
Takes
It's
title.
their policy as
Policy.
soon as they become the owner. So
Yeah.
title insurance covers the current owner for as long as they own the property, and the buyer will have to pay it. It's a one-time fee. They don't have to renew it. It's a one and done. But the buyer pays for their owner's policy. It kicks in as soon as that deed records. I'm still under C as in cat. C3 is our title insurance policy for $1,000. Title insurance policy for $1,000. We got a deed preparation fee for $200. Who pays to have the deed prepared?
The seller.
Debit the seller. The sell it's their deed. So the attorney's getting it ready for closing. So the seller pays the deed preparation. I'm still under C as in cat. C2 is the deed preparation fee. Debit the seller, $200. Government transfer and recording fees. I got a deed recording fee of $15. Who pays to have the deed recorded?
Buyer.
Buyer pays to have the deed recorded. So for $15 under E as in Elizabeth, E1, I got a mortgage or a deed recording fee. Excuse me, not a mortgage. I got a deed recording fee of $15, debit the buyer. Who pays for excise tax?
The seller.
The seller.
Seller pays for excise tax. It's always calculated on the purchase price. So if we go back up a little bit to be reminded, my purchase price is $275,000. Excise tax is always 5/100ths of the purchase price. So what that means is we just take the purchase price and divide it by 500. In this case, we're going to get a round number. So we see that the seller owes $550. Remember, if you ever get change with excise tax, we
Yeah.
always round up to the nearest whole dollar. Excise tax is always a whole dollar. So if you divide by 500 and you get change, round up to the nearest whole dollar. In this case, I already have a whole number. So under E as in Elizabeth, E2, we're going to put $550 debit the seller.
You still have to wait.
And then some additional fees. Who's going to pay for the pest inspection?
The buyer.
Buyer.
Buyer pays for their due diligence costs unless it's a VA loan. But we're not using loan cash buyers. So we know the buyer's going to pay for the pest inspection. Pest inspection still under C is in cat. C4 is our pest inspection. And then there's a home warranty paid by the buyer. Listen, guys, the home warranty, there's no standard. That's one of those totally negotiable items. So if you see it, it has to tell you who's paying for it because there is no standard with the home warranty. So in this case, it tells us the buyer's going to pay for their home warranty. Actually, it says paid, doesn't it? Paid by the buyer. And we know we're going to do the home warranty. I'm under H as in Heather. Buyer paid at closing $600. So remember, we're going in order of the problem. We're filling the CD in as we go in order of the problem. Please don't use the CD to hunt and peck through the problem because we're only going to do what this problem tells me to do. And we fill the CD in accordingly to this problem. And that, by the way, is a very real world scenario because every single transaction is going to be a little bit different. So the CD, sometimes we have the pest inspection, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we have the home warranty, sometimes commission. Seller pays part, buyer pays part, right? It's all different. So we have to calculate the CD based off of the problem or based off of the scenario. Any questions on how we filled in the CD? We just went through the problem and we plugged it in as we got to it. Before we finish this out, let's take a break. And we come back, we will finish this up. So let's take 10, 12, 10.
Okay.
All right. So we've been through the problem. So now we have the CD, we have the information filled in the CD, and basically from here, all we have to do is add. Again, you guys, the two hard parts of the CD is knowing what goes where. You got to hunt and peck and find stuff until you get familiar with it. The other piece is knowing who gets the debit and who gets the credit. So you may want to review the CD before your exam. You may want to review the who pays for what. And that's that standard practice. According to standard practice, that's just another way of saying that's just because of how we do things. And that's all that is. That's the typical. So we filled in the CD. And again, the only two columns I care about for our testing purposes are the at closing columns. So I got a borrower paid at closing and I got a seller paid at closing. You're welcome to fill it all in. In the real world, you're going to see it all filled in. But all we care about is the at closing columns. Everything on page 1 is a debit to third parties. So if it's not the buyer or seller and it's a debit, page 1 is a pretty good place to start hunting and looking for stuff like that. So looking just at our borrower paid at closing, we have our attorney's fee, we have title insurance, I have the pest inspection, we had a deed recording fee, they're paying for insurance, and they have the home warranty. At the bottom of page 1, I wouldn't even worry about subtotaling. Don't follow the sheet because it gets really confusing. So I would just straight line add. And when I add everything on the borrower paid at closing, I get J, which is at the bottom of page 1. And J tells us how much the buyer owes third parties. So when we add it all up, buyer owes third parties $3,590. We'll do something with that number in just a second. While we're still here, let's look at the seller paid at closing, what their debits to third parties are. So they're going to pay $200 to the attorney to prepare the deed to get it ready for closing. They're going to pay the county, their state, their excise tax of $550, and then they're going to pay me and you. They're going to pay a commission of $16,500. And when I add up all the sellers, J paid at closing to third parties, I get $17,250. Questions from page 1?
Yes. Where am I getting? Can you scroll down? I'm trying to see what did I miss? Property taxes?
We're not to pay taxes yet. That's on page 2. I'm still on page 1.
Oh, and that's prepaid. So we don't pay. That's what's throwing my numbers off. Okay, so we don't put. Good question. So we don't put on the first page, we don't put property taxes?
No, because it's not to third parties. I got buyer paying seller or seller paying buyer. So we're going to do taxes on page 2. Debit one party, credit the other. Now, Kay, you're onto something. Because if I was doing a double debit, now we got each party paying the taxing authority their fair share. If we're doing double debits, we will see that on page 1. But if I'm doing a proration, debit one party, credit the other, that shows up on page 2. Other questions from page 1? How I got the buyer's J or the seller's J? One of the number one reasons why we miss the closing disclosure, why we get this problem wrong. Again, it's not that we don't know what we're doing. We just don't take the moment I gotta take what I just calculated on page 1, J for the buyer and J for the seller, and I gotta put those numbers on page 2. So as soon as you get J on page 1, I want you to take these numbers and we're going to put them on page 2. Specifically for the buyer, K is in Kelly, all of their debits, and that includes the debits to third parties from page 1. So K3, that's 90, is the $3,590 that we calculated from page 1.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And I messed this up. I just noticed it. Because I put property taxes, escrow payment, property taxes on the first page.
So we don't put tax because everything on page 1 is a debit to third parties.
Okay.
Remember, the parties are the buyer and the seller. So a third party is everybody else. You're
Debit.
never going to see a credit on page 1. So when I prorate, it's prorating between the parties.
Okay.
Prorations belong on page 2.
Okay.
So I got the buyer's J under K3. And then I'm going to put the seller's J under N as in Nancy, N2. All of the seller's debits, including what they owe third parties from page 1. So N as in Nancy, 2 is all of the sellers' debits to third party, $17,250. Remember to do that. Okay, is that a new hand or an old hand?
No, I
Okay.
need to kick it down.
Perfect, perfect. Just want to make sure I don't miss you.
Mm-mm.
Now that we have what we need from page 1, this is where we're going to start doing a little bit of our origami. So I want you to fold your paper hot dog. Buyers are on the left, sellers are on the right. And I want you just to focus on one party at the time. So on the left-hand side, we're going to look at all of the buyers. K is in Kelly. K is all the money that the buyer owes due from the borrower at closing. So we got the sales price and we got their monies to third parties. And when I add up K, I get $278,590. All of their debits is K as in Kelly, due from the borrower. Then we got to add up all their credits. It's a big difference if you're not getting a loan. That's a big credit you're missing, isn't it? So because they're a cash buyer, we don't have many credits. But the credits we do have under L is in Larry. For this case, we got the buyer's earnest money credited to the buyer. We got the due diligence. And then we have the seller paying the buyer their portion of the taxes, which we calculated as $767.10. When I add up all of L, I get buyer credits of $3,767.10. L is money already paid or being paid on behalf. That's a fancy way of saying credits. And then the last step, your test question is going to ask you, how much does your buyer have to bring to closing? Debits minus credits tells us your buyer is bringing $274,822. Where'd it go? $274,822.90 cash to close from the borrower. And there's a test question right there. How much does your buyer have to bring to closing? K minus L Debits minus credits tells us how much our buyer has to bring to closing. Questions on our buyers?
I have can you scroll that down some more on the left?
That's as far as I can go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Make sure I got it right. 275, the closing, you brought the closing costs over. 30.
And $35.90.
90,000. 2,275.
And now we focus on our sellers on the right. M as in Mary is all of the seller's credits due to the seller at closing. So in this case, the only credit the seller has coming in is the purchase price. So M as in Mary, credit the seller the purchase price of $275,000. And then N as in Nancy is all of the seller's debits due from the seller. So we got what the seller owed from page 1, $17,250. I got to pay, they have to pay off their mortgage, debit the seller the due diligence fee, and there's the seller paying the buyer their portion of the taxes, $767.10. When I add up all of their debits, I get $170,017.10.
Okay.
Debits minus, yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
this is credits minus debits tells us how much your seller is going to get. So we take their credits, 275 minus their debits of 170. We can call our seller and say tomorrow at closing, when it's all said and done, you will get a cash to the seller. Your proceeds will be $104,982.90.
I have a question.
Please.
What if the buyer, never mind, at the very last minute does not have the money?
We can't close. We can't convey. And that's a bad day, Kay. That's a bad day. Buyer's agents, this is why if it's a cash buyer, we're getting proof of funds letter before I even present the offer, right? I want to make sure, especially a cash buyer, don't take them at their word, y'all. Ask for that proof of funds. Make sure the bank says they have the money. If they're getting a loan, maybe we find out a couple days before settlement they're not going to get loan approval. That's a bad day too. But bottom line, if your buyer can't come up with 274,822, then this is not closing today. Questions on the CD? Again, your exam, you're going to have 4 questions from the CD. 2 of them, one of those questions is going to be, how much does your buyer have to bring to closing? The other question is going to be, how much is your seller going to get? So to answer 2 of those questions, you'll need to calculate the CD. The other 2 questions from a CD are like a snapshot of the CD, and it's going to ask you A, B, C, or D, what's wrong? So it's going to ask you what the incorrect entry is. And that piece of it is the real world application. In the real world, they hand you a CD, and that's the question I need you to ask yourself. What is wrong? And that's what we're looking for. It doesn't get more real world than that. Questions, comments?
When will your video be available? It's gonna go today, the ones today.
Today, I mean, it takes about an hour or two to process and for me to upload. So I
Okay.
can't do anything with it until Zoom does it thing. But it's
Okay.
usually about an hour or two, three, just
Okay.
depending on Zoom's mood today.
My heart just dropped. I need to go back over. I mean, I
Well,
you know,
remember we did the CD last week. You already have that CD available from
oh,
last
that's
week.
right. That's right.
So if you want to review that before this one's available,
I do that.
and remember, I'm still around to answer questions before your test. Questions?
Mhm.
Can I erase? Can I get out of here? We good? Some other points of your exam. Only 4 questions on the CD. So what are the other questions about, you ask? Well, let's see. A couple of things we talked about in this class. One thing in particular we talked about was the UETA, or the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. This is the act that says once you agree to the terms and conditions of dotloop, DocuSign, SkySlope, whatever program you're using, once you agree to those terms and conditions, you are agreeing to allow your e-signature to count as your legally binding signature. Once you agree to the terms and conditions, this is your legally binding signature, even though it doesn't look anything like your wet signature. So the UETA regulates e-signatures, e-documents, the e-world, if you will. We have something called a protection agreement. This is what I'm going to use if I'm working with a buyer. My buyer becomes interested in a FSBO. One of the first questions I'm going to ask that for sale by owner is, are you willing to pay me? And if they say yes, I am not going to take them at their word. I don't trust them when it comes to my money. So I'm going to enter into a protection agreement with that FSBO. That protection agreement, I'm not creating agency, y'all. I'm totally supporting the fact that the FSBO went alone, on it alone. What I'm doing is protecting my commission. So if the for sale by owner agrees to pay me, the protection agreement handles that. Whether the FSBO is paying me or not, always, always, always do your working with real estate agent disclosure with the FSBO, because they have a right to know I represent the buyer. They have a right to know that I don't owe them confidentiality. And that's what we're disclosing to that FSBO. If they pay my commission, then we can also do a protection agreement. We talked about our forms. We looked at some of our pre-printed forms. So a reminder where our forms come from. The standard forms come from NC Realtors. The Real Estate Commission does not prepare our standard forms. The Real Estate Commission sets the rules for the standard forms. So NC Realtors and the North Carolina Bar Association have guidelines when they're doing our forms. They just can't be out there willy-nilly doing whatever they want to. They're making sure that our forms follow the commission rules. So NC Realtors does the pre-printed forms, and we talked about quite a few in this class. This is the forms class, with the being the contracts. And throughout the contract, we discussed the buyer's agent's responsibilities. For the most part, the buyer's agent is the one completing the pre-printed offer to purchase and contract. They're the ones starting this. They're the ones that'll fill in the blank. Make sure as you're filling in these blanks for the parties, you're filling them in properly. Make sure one of our super simple philosophies, when in doubt, find out. So if you don't know what a blank means, don't look at your buyer and say, we're not going to worry about that. If you don't know what's supposed to go into a blank, then we need to make sure that we are finding out through all of the resources, the many resources that we have. You're not going to be able to look at the commission and say, well, I didn't know that, because the commission's going to rattle off all the resources and they're going to say you should have. Also, make sure you're filling this out properly. One thing we looked at, for example, was any seller pay closing costs. If you're filling in seller pay closing costs for your buyers, maybe the loan product affects how much the seller can pay in closing costs. It's worth a quick call to the lender. Do you have a limit? Do you have a max of how much the seller can pay? Because if I don't fill that in right, the lender's only going to allow X amount. And I might be setting my buyer up to pay the difference. So we might be talking to people when we're filling in these blanks. Maybe you have to call the lender and ask some questions. Maybe you got a question for your BIC. Maybe you refer to the manual, the guidelines. We have a responsibility, we all do, to make sure that these things are filled out properly and that we're using the right form. We talked about that magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. I recommend drawing the contract formation wall, because we got to see the parties on one side, the offerors on one side, the offerees on the other side, along with their agents. And we need to see that communication go back and forth. The last thing I'm looking for, I need acceptance by the last offeree. And I need communication of acceptance to go to the last offeror. So if we have a counter offer, those roles reverse. We have to know who the last offeree is that needs to accept, and the last offeror with communication of acceptance. Everybody on mute. Humor me one last time. When an offer is made, the offeree has three choices. Their three choices are
Accept,
Acceptance,
reject,
counter
counter.
offer,
Counter offer.
beautiful. Accept it, reject it, or counter it. You can go back on mute. Thank you. So when we're discussing these options, when we're discussing these things, making sure our parties understand, making sure your offeree knows their choices. Your seller may look at you and say, an option to purchase, do I have to accept that? No, it's one of three choices that you have. All offers, the offeree can accept it, reject it, or counter it. With our standard contract forms, we get some pre-printed contracts that we can use. Specifically, we have 4 pre-printed contracts. 2T is the one we use the most often. That's our resale residential. That's the one we spent the time in. We also mentioned 12T for our vacant lot and land, no structure. And then 800T if it's new construction that needs to be built or a lot needs to be built. If you're going into the commercial world, you could look for the agreement for purchase and sale of real property. What we know about this is, guys, please make sure you're using the right contract. There's a reason why I slow down and emphasize that. Please make sure you're using the right contract. And when in doubt, find out. You could put your party in a very, very bad kind of way by using the wrong contract. Specifically, we spent our time on 2T and some things in 2T that we talked about. Making sure you fill those names in properly. Remember, for the seller, we're not going to say owner of record, not on the contract. Take the time to look up the deed. Maybe the listing agent listed the seller's names in MLS. I still suggest pulling the deed and verifying that you're using the right names, the correct names. People make mistakes. So if you pull the deed and keep it, because we document everything, you're showing your due diligence that you made those couple extra steps to verify you're filling in the names correctly. Also remember, when you're dealing with a married couple, don't Mr. and Mrs. them. They are two different people. So we need full legal names of all parties. Do not Mr. and Mrs. them. They're separate beings, even though they're united. We spent a good amount of time talking about the due diligence fee and the earnest money deposit. What happens if the buyer doesn't deliver them on time? What happens if these checks bounce? There's a provision in our contract that tells us how to handle that, what we need to do in those cases. So remember, we're asking ourselves on the regular, what does the contract say? Because the answer to our question might be in there. But just because the buyer may not deliver the fee or the deposit does not mean I don't have a valid contract. A contract has been formed. If the monies aren't delivered, then the contract tells us how to proceed. It's not going to invalidate the contract. As we also said, those monies come into play if we don't make it to closing. Due diligence and earnest money are both credited back to the buyer if we make it to closing. But if either party terminates, that's when the fee and the deposit comes into place. Specific just to the earnest money deposit, if we terminate within due diligence, the buyer will get the earnest money. If we terminate after due diligence, the seller is going to get the earnest money. That's what our contract says. With that being said, though, if we terminate, the parties have to agree to release the earnest money. And if either party doesn't agree, that earnest money is in dispute. Only the earnest money can fall under this disputed funds. The escrow agent can't make the decision about what happens to the earnest money. That's what makes them an escrow agent. They're an impartial third party. They get no say-so whatsoever about what happens. So if both parties don't agree to release it, the earnest money is in dispute. And if they don't resolve it, if they don't figure it out after X amount of time, the escrow agent has the right to turn it over to the clerk of courts and let the two go downtown and hash it out. So disputed funds, earnest money is not automatically released. The contract spends time talking about the buyer's due diligence period. As a matter of fact, we have a whole provision for the buyer about their due diligence period. What they should consider inspecting or investigating, their inspections, pest inspections. Are they going to review the documents if we're in an HOA? Are they going to have a survey, an appraisal, loan approval? All the things the buyer should consider doing while they're trying to learn about the property. And that's what the due diligence period is about. The buyer's learning as much about the property as they possibly can to decide, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? The due diligence period ends at 5 p.m. on whatever date we decide. That 5 p.m. is a time is of the essence. It's a drop dead date and time, which means the buyer can terminate for any reason or no reason up until 5 p.m. on that date. At 5:01, if the buyer terminates for any reason, now they're in breach. The other thing that's happening during due diligence, presumably, is we're negotiating repairs. The buyer needs to know, deciding if I want to move forward or not, whether or not the seller is willing to agree to any repairs. If the seller says no, that's their right. But the buyer now knows of the problems and they know the seller's not willing to help. So the buyer's got a decision to make, now knowing what they know. If the seller agrees to any repair, I've got to have that agreed on in writing and signed while we are still in due diligence. I need the seller's written commitment while we are still in due diligence. And with our due diligence fee and earnest money deposit, we make it to closing. They're both a credit to the buyer. However, these monies come into play if we don't make it to closing. So what happens if the buyer terminates within due diligence? What happens to the due diligence fee?
They don't get it back. The seller keeps it.
The seller keeps the due diligence fee. What happens to the earnest money deposit?
It gets refunded as long as the contract was ended during the due diligence period.
So as long as we're still within due diligence, if your buyer exercises their right to terminate, the seller keeping the DD fee, that's what the buyer paid for. But because we're still in due diligence, the buyer will get their earnest money back. This is why we call it the buyer's easy out. They're exercising that right to terminate that they paid for. So the seller will keep it, and I can still get my buyer their earnest money back.
Yeah, gotcha.
What happens if the buyer terminates after due diligence? What happens to the due diligence fee and the deposit?
Well, they still get to keep, the seller still gets to keep the due diligence fee, but they could lose their earnest
Earnest
money.
money.
And if the buyer loses the earnest money, who's getting that?
The seller.
The seller. So if we terminate after due diligence, the seller will keep the due diligence fee.
See?
And now the seller's going to get the earnest money deposit. Remember, there's only a handful of times, a small handful of times, that the seller may have to return the due diligence fee. For the most part, that fee is non-refundable. The seller will keep it because the buyer paid for that right to terminate. Questions on due diligence fee or earnest money deposit?
No.
You and I hashed out the difference of settlement versus closing. Again, in the real world, you're going to say closing. We all do. We're all guilty. But we still need to understand that there's a difference. You and I need to understand what's going on. So at settlement, that's when we all gather at the attorney's office. Buyer and seller sign all their paperwork. Maybe the seller signs at the attorney's office. Maybe they sign ahead of time in front of a notary. It's up to the seller, up to the attorney. But at settlement, the attorney is gathering all of these signatures. They're also collecting monies from the parties. So if the buyer owes money, they're bringing their money into settlement. If your seller's underwater and they owe money, we're bringing that money into settlement. When you and I leave settlement, the attorney proceeds with closing. And closing is defined as the completion of settlement. So we have signatures and we have monies from the parties. We're also going to get the loan amount, fund the loan as part of the attorney's process in closing. So they're going to send that loan package back to the lender. They're going to make sure everything is signed. And upon final approval of the loan package is when the lender will agree to release the funds. The attorney is also creating the buyer's new title insurance policy. So they're making sure title insurance is satisfied. They have everything they need, and they are willing to have the policy for the buyer as soon as they become the owner. So closing is defined as the final title stuff, settlement, funding the loan, and the last act is recording of the buyer's brand new deed in the register of deeds. If there's a lender, they will record the deed of trust. And then and only then is it a done deal. So guys, make sure you're not giving the buyer their keys until it has recorded. You and I aren't going to get paid. Nobody gets paid until it has recorded. When we looked at our contracts, specifically 2T, we said there are no contingencies built in to the contract. The parties could agree to add one, but it would be that. It would be added by party agreement. And some common examples of contingencies we see out there. I can't buy your home if I don't first sell mine. If we agree to do this, we have an attorney drafted form, because I don't have a form for this. And if we agree to do this, what we're saying is, I'm only obligated to buy your home if I first sell mine. If I never sell mine, I'm never legally obligated to purchase yours. Another contingency that may come up is the loan contingency. I'm not obligated to buy your home if I don't get loan approval. So if I don't get loan approval, I'm off the hook. That's what a contingency does. Something has to happen in order for me to be legally obligated to perform. And if that thing doesn't happen, I don't have to perform. Again, we have no contingencies in our contract, but the parties could agree to add one. And if they do, we have an attorney drafting it up, and that contingency is in place for this contract. Also discussed in our contract is whether or not the buyer has received the RPOs and the MOG. So we talked about some duties and responsibilities we have with the RPOs and the MOG. Regardless of how the seller completes the RPOs, you and I have a duty to disclose material facts. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. Even if it's different from how the seller completes the RPOs, even if the seller exercises their right under caveat emptor and says no representation, I always have a duty to disclose material facts. We need to update the RPOs throughout the transaction. So if the seller does say, yes, this is broke, or no, this is not, and the condition changes, we need to update the RPOs. Keep that current throughout the entire transaction up until closing. And then we also talked about some reasons why the RPOs might be exempt. Now the guidelines spell out all of the reasons. But some examples we gave, the number one reason is new construction or never before lived in dwelling. If it's land, vacant land, the RPOs is not required. Court order transfers. So if the court takes a property for foreclosure, when the bank goes to sell that property, they're not going to have an RPOs. Foreclosures, you're not going to see RPOs. Court order transfers, etc. The contract tells us that the risk of loss is on the seller through closing. So advise your seller not to cancel insurance until they know that the deed has been recorded. use your seller get out checklist that we looked at yesterday to help with these conversations to make sure the seller's turning utilities off and canceling insurance at the appropriate time. But the risk of loss, it's still the seller's property until the deed records. So they need to keep insurance through that time. Our contract gives us a delay. I have a built-in delay in our contract. Who can remind me how many day delay we have in our contract?
7.
7-day delay. So we have an automatic 7-day delay. You're not going to see time is of the essence under the settlement date because time is not of the essence because delays just happen. They're just common. So I have a 7-day delay built into our contract, which means the non-delaying party has no choice but to sit still and be patient during those 7 days. If the non-delaying party terminates, they're in breach. On day 8, if the non-delaying party wants to terminate, now they can, and the delaying party will be in breach. Also, too, we looked at our agreement to amend the contract. So if we agree to a new date, we can allow for an additional 7-day delay. Unless we check that little box in the agreement to amend, which would only allow for a 4-day delay. Either way, when we agree to a new date, we can allow for more days. And guys, please always remember when you're counting days, day 1 is the day after receipt or execution. So if we were supposed to close today, day 1 is tomorrow, my 7-day delay. So they got to close. I got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Good luck finding an attorney on Sunday, right? So we better close by the end of the week, or else they might be in that 8-day delay. 7 days. And in contract world, a day is a day is a day. Once we're under contract, death is not an out. We saw in our contract that this contract is binding to the parties and their heirs. So once we're under contract, if either party passes away, their heirs are expected to continue with the contract, and if they can't or won't, they will suffer the consequences of breach. And of course, the parties could also agree to release each other. We could mutually agree to terminate, but it's not automatic. That's what I need you to hear me say. It's not an automatic termination. It doesn't invalidate the contract if either party passes away. Remember, too, you and I are not a party to the sales contract. So what if the individual broker passes away? Buyer and seller are still under contract. It doesn't affect the sales contract. What if the firm shuts their doors, closes shop while we're under contract? It doesn't affect the sales contract because the sales contract is between the buyer and the seller. They are the parties. Yesterday, we had fun with forms and we looked at all kinds of forms. Specific forms that we looked at, we talked about the additional provisions addendum. This gave us some options to add some things like an expiration date or to request repairs at the time I'm making the offer. If it's on a septic, we can address that. If it's being leased, the APA, the additional provisions addendum, addresses that. Another one we looked at is the backup contract addendum. This is what we're going to use when I'm submitting an offer on a property that is already under contract. And the hope is to get my buyer in a backup position. Once in that backup position, if the primary terminates for any reason, that backup moves up to the primary. The home doesn't have to go back on the market. We just got to update MLS. The home doesn't have to go back on the market. The seller doesn't have to go back through those showings. And then the one we looked at this morning was the response to buyer's offer. It's really serving as a rejection. Seller's rejecting the offer. Maybe they put their cards on the table. Maybe they just flat out say no. And the third choice we had was to let buyers that had already submitted an offer to know that we've called for best and final, let them know that there's a deadline. Remember, we're going to treat everybody fairly and equally. What we do for one, we do for all. So if you share some information about your seller's favorable terms to one buyer, it's only fair that we share it with the others and see if they want to come to those favorable terms. The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, even if they put an expiration date on their offer. The offeror is the giver of the offer. So simplicity, let's say the buyer makes an offer. We haven't received acceptance yet. They change their mind. No, I don't want to buy that house. Maybe they found something they like better. Maybe they got cold feet. I don't know. But the offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, even if they put an expiration date on it and we are still within that expiration period. We cannot disclose the terms of the offer without the offeror's express consent. Express meaning that the terms have been clearly stated. I would take it a step further and get that in writing because we know that we document everything. So make sure if you have that express consent that is in writing. We talked this morning about being the listing agent in a multiple offer situation. Be prepared for the phone call from another agent that's going to ask you, what's the highest priced offer you have in your hand right now? And unless I have permission from that buyer, I can't give out that information. Don't just blurt answers out. Make sure you stop and count to 5 before you before you respond. Flip that coin. What if you're a buyer's agent and you're working with 2 buyers and lo and behold, both buyers become interested in the same property? Can I pit them together? Can I share the terms of one buyer's offer to the other? It's not like I'm going to say, I know for a fact this is what the Smiths are offering. Well, the Jones are going more than that. I'm not going to pit my buyers together. I'm going to do the same CMA for both of them. I'm going to have the same conversation with both of them. And I'm going to let both of them decide what they want to offer. So we can't disclose the terms of the offer without the offeror's express consent. I hope we've heard this one more time for the guy in the back. No drafting. I can't draft. Guys, you're going to get asked. Mark my words. Somebody's going to ask you, can't you just add this? Can't you just delete that? Can't you just change that provision? And my answer to all 3 of those is
Need to speak
no.
to an attorney.
It makes me nervous when something starts. Can't you just? I cannot. As Jessica said, we've got to have them talk to an attorney, even if they instruct me to. Remember, Old Car says I follow my clients' lawful instructions. Nobody can make me break the law. And by that, I mean police law. Like they can't make you out there like breaking rules and laws and stuff. But we're also referring to license law and commission rule. Which takes me to my last point. Always remember, Old Car And always remember, I follow my clients' lawful instructions. I cannot draft no matter how hard they beg me. I cannot disclose the terms of the offer without the offeror's permission, no matter how badly my seller demands me to. I can't engage in discriminatory acts. This is what we mean by following our clients' lawful. And if it's against license law and commission rule, we've got to be able to explain why we can't. Questions? Comments? Concerns? Thoughts on life?
We sure do have complicated careers.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah. I do have a question. And
Yes.
with inspections, and I know it's
Mhm.
negotiable, but when it comes to new construction,
You want an inspection.
and you have it inspected, and you find there were some things that wasn't in compliance,
Mm-hmm.
is the builder at that point, is it negotiable? Or are they required to?
The builder's a seller and they don't have to. Now, with that being said, many builders want to save face, they want a reputation. There's a difference in cosmetic repairs K versus actual problems with the property. So if the home inspector discovers an actual problem, if the builder's worth their salt, there's a really good chance they're going to fix it. If it's something cosmetic, they probably won't. To your point, always encourage your buyers to have inspections, have the home inspection, even if it's new construction. Because remember, humans are building these things, humans make mistakes. So your buyer may say, "Oh, it's new construction. They're just building it. I don't need it." New construction needs a home inspection just as much as an 80-year-old home needs it.
Especially right now with things going up so fast because they
Yep.
are human. So their
Yep.
errors happen when we're
Yep.
hurrying.
Yep. My husband says some of these subdivisions that are popping up overnight, they're being done by aliens at night while we sleep because it's crazy how fast they're coming up, you know? And
Yeah.
like you said, these construction workers are tasked with building this house as fast as you possibly can. And mistakes happen. Even if we took our time, mistakes would still happen. So always encourage that. And yeah, as their agent asks for repairs, I think most builders, because they want a reputation, they don't want the reputation, you know what I'm saying? And they're held to that standard of building codes,
Building,
public
okay.
safety, you know, that kind of thing. So those are the things that they will work if they're not according to code.
Building codes. Okay. But if
Yep.
it's cosmetics or, okay.
Yeah, if you know, like when we moved into our house, I don't know if you can see this wall, but they called this what did they call it?
Low beam, not a low beam wall.
No, the color. It's some
Oh, the
kind of
color.
gray. It's like
Oh,
average gray or something.
okay.
My whole house was this color when I moved in. Not my preference. You see what I did. I got me a splash of color back here, right? I'm not going to be able to demand the builder or the owner to paint the house the color that I want it. That's
Mm.
my job to come in and put my own personal touch on it. You know what I'm saying? So the builder is going to say, "No, what's it called?" That's going to drive me nuts. But the builder's going to say, "Look, if you don't like the paint color I chose, then you can paint it when you buy it."
Yeah, I was thinking in terms of like I want to, I'll call it is it a guardrail? What is it called? Oh my God.
The chair rail,
No, no, no.
Like the railing to the stairs?
No, I'm all wrong. I said it wrong. I just said it wrong. And when you figure it out, you're gonna laugh. But right outside your house, you have the things that help the rain water from when you have them.
Gutters.
gutters.
Like
Gutters, yes, that's what I was trying to.
That's what
Gutters,
you said, guardrail. Yeah, we got it.
gutters. That's what I was thinking. Yes, that's what I got into a dispute with my contractor.
So that might have been a good case to Google gutters for, you know, building codes, that kind of thing, or maybe check with your local, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So, because I don't know the answer to that. So that would be something that we'd
Something,
want
yeah.
to learn a little bit more about. But yeah, that could be. I mean, I would think gutters are important, but I don't know what building codes say about gutters. You know what I'm saying? So if it's per building code, the builder more than likely, I can't speak for all of them, but if it's not to code, the builder more than likely will be willing to fix that. But if it's not a part of code, they may or may not. The only thing I
Mhm.
know to do, Kay, for my buyer is ask. That's all we can do is ask.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm thinking about something happened 20 years ago. He's still
Oh,
bothering me. I was like, maybe I should have asked. Maybe I should have fought a little bit. But back then, we didn't have internet. Like, we had it, but it wasn't as resourceful as it is now.
yes, yes. And codes change over time.
And big
You know,
change.
they
Mhm.
change over time. So the building codes today were not what they were 20 years ago or 40 years ago. I mean, you look at a house that was built 100 years ago, it's totally different than what we're looking at today. So that's up to the builders and the inspectors to keep up with that. That's why we have them. What else? Other final questions or thoughts or comments?
I was showing a house the other day. This is back to the color scheme.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really older home. It was the one where the like dad suddenly died and the kids live out of state and need to sell the property.
Yep.
Every room in this house was a different shade of lime green.
Pretty.
It was really interesting. My buyer was like, "This is an interesting color scheme. I think I'll need to paint." And I'm thinking, "Yeah, you're gonna need to paint."
Smile politely, you know.
I just agreed, like, yeah, give it
You
your own
you see
touch.
some crazy things when you go into other people's home. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Wait till y'all, speaking of color schemes, I actually showed it once. We call it the Skittles house. One room was yellow, one room was red, one room was orange, one room was purple. It looked like the inside of a Skittles bag. I like those colors in a Skittle bag, not in a house. And that's exactly my buyers did the same thing. They're like, we would have to paint. And I'm like, you sure would, unless you just like Skittles.
Yeah.
The gray color you were talking about is agreeable gray, Julie.
Agreeable gray. Thank you, Bryson.
Yeah.
I knew it was there.
That
I was
color
getting ready to
was
say average gray, but no, agreeable gray.
that color is really popular like a few years ago, and I'm glad it went out
Uh-huh.
of style because that was nasty.
My house was it was already built, but it was redone before we moved in. So I think they just came in with the sprayer.
Oh
And I
yeah.
think they just hit it all. And they left me with a blank canvas. They gave me the opportunity to make it my own. And we have, and we still are. That's the one other thing about home ownership is you always got something to do. So, moving on to the next. Thank you. Agreeable gray. That was driving me nuts. Thank you. What else, you guys? Well, I'll be danged if this didn't work out perfectly. So technically what's happening now is we're going to take a 50-minute lunch break. And then starting at 2 o'clock, your exam begins. So this is how this worked. You guys voted for this. I think this was a good
Thank you.
choice.
I think so.
Your test doesn't start till 2. So
Okay.
you can't start it right now. If you log out, go take a break, to go take whatever. Your test starts at 2 o'clock today, and it stays open until 9 p.m. tomorrow night. Head bobs, everybody understands that.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. Make sure you take your test within that window. Remember, I can answer questions about material. So if you want to review, if you're stuck on something, please feel free to reach out to me. Becky's going to help you with your test. So if you run into problems, if you run into issues, then Becky's your go-to person. When all 3 of you are done, Lane will process and she will send you guys your email with your certificate of completion. So just don't wait. Don't look for it as soon as you finish. Lane's going to do all 3 of you at the same time. It might be Monday night. It might be Tuesday, just whenever you guys get done. But just be patient with Lane. She will send you your certificate of completion. And remember what we said, check the commission in about a week. Give them the first to middle of next week. Log into your account and make sure this class is posted.
When we know I score immediately after we finish.
Immediately.
Okay.
You hit submit and it says, are you sure? And you say yes, and boom, you know, right there, you've made a 75% or better. That's what we're shooting for, is a 75%. Worst case scenario, you don't make a 75%. Remember, you're eligible for a retake. And guys, I'm going to be honest, the worst part about the retake is you got to spend some one-on-one time with me, because I want to make sure I get you through the retake. Fair enough? So you're in a distraction-free zone. Make sure your mind is clear. Make sure you, you're not rushed. Allot yourself 3 hours. I doubt you'll take the whole time, but I want you to have it. Get you something to eat on your stomach. I don't want you listening to your tummy growl the whole time. So get you a snack or something before you start.
But thank you so much, Julie. I really enjoy your class. I want to
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Really
I enjoyed
good.
you guys. I like the interaction. I know we're a small number, and sometimes with small numbers, I can't get nobody to say anything. So I appreciate you guys talking and sharing. It was nice to get to know you guys. I think we mentioned last week, Bryson is now officially affiliated with my firm, so I get to see him. We might have some more training on the schedule next week. Jessica, you and I could do a transaction. Bring us your offer, bring us your buyer, show a property, and Bryson and I will work with you. And Kay, if you're ever up in our neck of the woods, send us a referral fee and we'll do the same for you. How's that sound?
Hey, sounds great. Sounds great.
Awesome. Y'all are great. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Best of luck to
Julie.
you, and we'll see you. We'll see you.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. You
bye.
guys too.